I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could take.
Hello, beauties. Happy Saturday. How is everyone? If you don't know me, this is Teaya Symone. Welcome to my channel. I'm so happy to see you guys all here. We do commentary, mostly commentary and some makeup, which I will be doing very, very soon. If you're not new here, welcome back. I'm glad you guys are here. So how's everybody? I hope everybody's having a good Saturday. Hold on. Sometimes I forget to put my phone on silent. Let me back out and come back in again. Okay, you guys, just to make sure that everything sounds good. Everything good? Because I've been having problems with StreamYard. I'm going to have to complain to them about that, though, because I pay money for StreamYard. And it's not cheap, okay? So how's everybody? It's good to see y'all here. We got a lot to discuss. Not a lot, but enough, I think. Without a crystal ball gives us enough to talk about. Her and her many contradictions and her rudeness and her fake arrogance and all that kind of bullshit, right? So let's say hi to everyone. Whoa, okay. Hi, Robin. Hi, number one fan. Hello, just found your channel. Thanks to Llama Girl. Anyone against KJ is a friend of mine. Hey, Shelly Belly. Hi, Goose. Hey, D Hunter. Hey, Llama Girl. It's good to see you guys, my beautiful mods. Hey, Tea Sippin' Mama. Ginger Lee. How are you, sweetie? Did I see D Hunter? How are you, D Hunter? Hey, Billy. Martin, how are you? Jersey. Nats, how are you? Let's see, the best mama bear. Always good to see you in here. Hey, Micah. Let's see. Michelle, how are you? Crystal's Tuna Taco. That's a cute name. Chronically B Queen. B, how are you? Green thumbnail. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody. Hey, Sally. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Phoenix. Is it Briggs Girl 09? How are you? So, oh my gosh, it's so good to see you guys here. Okay, so we have a lot to discuss because a lot is happening and it's very, very sad, to be honest with you, especially the things that are going on with Letitia. Some of you guys may have already heard about it, and some of you guys haven't. But the first thing that I'm going to bring up is I'm sure that you guys, hey, Canadian in Arizona, hey, Yolanda, hey, True Crime Addict, welcome. I'm sure that, hey, Just Looking, KJ is here, I am sure, as she ended her live as Teaya went live. Oh, really? Hey, Historic Publishing. Hey, Joanne. Um, the thing is that I know Cece Soares. I'm sorry if I'm butchering her last name. I've watched her before. I've watched some of her anti MLM because, hey, Miss Rebecca G, it's good to see you, girl. Because I used to be in an MLM company and I am 100% anti MLM now. But when I first started out, some of you guys know I used to be an MLM when I started out like my makeup career. And I seen the light and now I know that it is a pyramid scheme through and through. So I've watched some of Cece's content and I knew that eventually KJ would start with her. And the reason why I knew that is because Cece is like, she's not a big creator like KJ, but she's bigger than like me or Renee, for example. And not that that matters or anything, but I don't see KJ too much talking about smaller creators as much as um, a bigger creator. You know what I'm saying? And not as big as her, obviously. So KJ will talk about anybody. But I knew that when Cece actually covered this case, and Cece has talked about Dre in the past. I remember seeing it. She has done a video about Dre in the past because Dre McCrae is with a MLM company, which is paparazzi. So I've seen that video from the past. And I think she did a really good job at covering the recent chaos in the Justice for Vaughn case. So I knew that when she covered this case, that Without a Crystal Ball was going to talk about her. I just knew. So it doesn't surprise me that she is, because if you notice, Without a Crystal Ball has pretty much picked on anyone who has spoken about this case or has covered this case besides the smaller creators, if that makes sense. So I knew that she was. And Cece, I think she's so cute. I think that she has great content. And I think that her videos are very informative when it comes to MLM companies and the pyramid scheme and how fake they can be and all that stuff. So I do enjoy her content when I can watch it. So I am going to pull up something really quick. Let's go over this. Okay. So, wow. Looks like KJ's gone off the hook today with all of her bullshit posts and all the stuff that she does to cause chaos and incite hate and all that kind of stuff. So it says, hold on, I'm going to read this. Hold on. So it says, YouTube creator Cece Soares is now doing an expose / hit piece on me based upon all false information and easily fact check claims that are false. I cannot fathom a creator literally getting tips from haters and contacting the person over the false claims. While admitting that they are investigating the easily proven false claims as some sort of gotcha moment, Cece Soares will be contacted by my attorney, who was copied in my reply to her that she not destroy any evidence or any communication she received because, again, all of this is false. For instance, I don't strike channels falsely and rarely ever strike anyone. The sheriff's deputy she claims doesn't exist works for the SVU department and is easily fact-checked, not to mention this happened 3 years ago. Tati Westbrook lawsuit is settled. No defamation occurred because they realized I got the details from a public lawsuit. Lie, lie, lie. Claims I dig into people's past, coming from the creators that literally published my rape report and monetized it, but the actual claim is coming directly from Leslie Bass or her followers. Leslie publicly accused me of child A, falsely accused me of striking her channel, held a fraudulent fundraiser because I took her channel down. After Leslie falsely accused me of CA and falsely accused me of stealing her kid's Christmas, I tried to figure out what her motive would be to come for me. Sure enough, she was in bankruptcy at the time. So Leslie can lie about me and spread false information, but if I try to figure out why and I share that, I'm bad. Leslie has since discussed our report and accused me of lying about our lawsuits involving me, my arrest, and has dug into my life for 3 years. How many times are the same fake claims going to come out before these people realize none of this is real? Cece, stick to MLM stuff. I haven't watched her channel in a long time. Someone told me she's publicly saying that I'm speaking to her in my lives. Girl, I'm publicly speaking to you now that you will look like a fool to do this. These videos have already been made and proven false. Hopefully, when she receives a letter from my attorney, she will figure out. She's made it clear on her channel that she doesn't like me and wants to expose me. So yes, I fully trust her to actually listen to anything I say. Okay. Statement regarding Without a Crystal Ball. Good evening, Katie. I'd like to give you the respect and letting you know I'm working on a video in regards to some of the controversies you have been involved in during your time on YouTube. The following are some of the topics I will be discussing: doxing, harassing, and threatening other creators. When another creator calls out your behavior, your response typically involves digging into their tax information, past behavior, or even their private family members' lives, claiming to have sources close to the topic you're covering that may not be legitimate, or in order to legitimize the information you're presenting. Repeatedly copyright claiming other creators' content, regardless of the Fair Use Act. The claims you made regarding Tati Westbrook's husband. Directing people to call the LA Sheriff's Office and speak to a deputy/detective who hadn't worked for the sheriff's office for years. Claims that you have made no money from the numerous YouTube videos and Facebook live streams regarding the Vaughn McRae situation. Claims that you have weaponized your following against other creators. Speculation that you are the individual behind YouTube channels by the name of Nonsense using a voice changing filter. If you would like to give a statement of any of these topics, I would be happy to add it to my video. There is no obligation to respond if you don't find it necessary. I will be stating anything as fact if it can be backed up with hard proof evidence, and will remain professional and assertive. I'm purely reaching out as a courtesy. Kindly and assertively, CC Cerez. Or I think I'm not going to say her name. Okay, anyways, you didn't even block out her name right. You call that blocking out somebody? Are you trying to block out her name? Because you did it fucking wrong. Okay? Ugh. Now listen. I'm getting pissed. Now, I got to give Cece her props for even reaching out to KJ, because I have done a part 1 and still working on a part 2 to exposing Without a Crystal Ball as well. And I can tell you right now, I'm not reaching out to her. She should be happy and find it very honorable that CC even reached out to her at all, because I would not. I would not reach out to her, for one. I wouldn't even, because no matter what kind of information that Without a Crystal Ball gives to CC, it wouldn't be true anyway, in my opinion. Okay? Now, I got to pull this up again. Hold on. Because I have to debunk the things that she says, and I have to have it in front of me in order to debunk it. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, tea sipping mama. Welcome to the Glam Fam, beautiful. Oh my goodness. Hey, Michelle Sabates. Welcome to the Glam Fam. And I think I missed something here. Thank you, Michelle Sabate, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. You're so positive and beautiful. Thank you, Michelle. And you are beautiful as well. You really are. You have such a great aura about you. Like Llama Girl by Goose. I love your vibe. So thank you so much, beautiful. And welcome to the Glam Fam. Welcome to my beautiful members. I'm so happy. Thank you. Okay, so I want to share this again because I have to debunk the shit, right? And don't mind if I cuss today, you guys, because I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Okay. I cannot fathom. I'm going to start with this. I cannot fathom a creator. I cannot. Hold on. I forgot to turn this down. Sorry, you guys. Thank you so much, Llama Girl, for telling me that, sweetie. And I will bring it up when you do that. I cannot fathom a creator literally getting tips from haters contacting the person over the false claims while admitting they are investigating the easily proven false claims as some sort of gotcha moment. Okay, so let's start off with this without a crystal ball. I gotta be seen for this. You are the most problematic creator here on YouTube. Okay. Can I get an amen? You literally, why would anyone ever think that you have haters? Who has no eyebrows? Who? Okay. I just want to let you know without a crystal ball, you don't have haters, okay? You have hurt every single creator that you have ever came in contact with, whether it's collabing with them, or whether it is just associating with them, working with them, anyone that you come in contact with, you hurt them. You dig up their past, okay? And God forbid they have a past. Some people do, some people don't. You dig up their past, you go below the belt, and no matter what it is in their past, you're going to put it out there to the public for your 240 something thousand subscribers. You're going to make sure that the public sees whatever it is. You don't care about anyone else but yourself. Let's be clear. You don't have haters. Do you think that I am commentating on you because I'm jealous of you? Girl, bye. Girl, bye-bye. I don't have any reason to be jealous of you. So am I supposed to be jealous and hating on your 200,000 subscribers that you bought, most of them? Am I supposed to be jealous of you being a journalist? You're not. You're not a journalist. Am I supposed to be jealous of the money you make? No. because I have my own money. I don't need to be jealous of anybody else here on YouTube. I do my own thing over here. Okay. I commentate on you because you are the most problematic creator here on YouTube. You are the most problematic creator I have ever encountered on YouTube. You will hurt anyone and you will step on anyone just to get to the top. But guess what, sweetheart? What happens when you get to the top? Where do you go from there? Especially when you step on people and hurt people to get up there to the bottom. I don't care how many subscribers you have that you allegedly, let me put that in there. Would you stop it? That you allegedly, whatever, bought with money on YouTube that you bought. I don't give a fuck because guess what? My time here on YouTube, okay, I will be past you. I don't worry about that shit. Thank you so much, Michelle. You're so sweet. You should be a life coach. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate that. She paid for most of her subs. Hey, Just Looking. Hold on, let me fix this backdrop real quick. I can never get it right. Only my fiance gets it right. Hold on. Okay, sorry, you guys. Okay, so I don't have to be jealous of anybody here on YouTube, okay? Because if you're doing your own thing and creating your own content and building relationships with your supporters who are there for you no matter what, through the good, the bad, whatever, and you're not on here just to torment and torturize people, you will go far. I'm not worried about that. So therefore, I could give a shit less about how many subscribers you have, how much money you make. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff because at the end of the day, I'm not stepping on other people to get to the top. I'm not hurting people like you are. You have absolutely nothing that anybody is jealous of. People think that you are an evil woman, okay, because you hurt people. And you will use anything to hurt people. That's why. That's why people talk about you. That's why people try to bring awareness about you. For that reason. It has nothing to do with jealousy or people hating on you. Period. Okay. Whoops. Okay. CC Suarez will be contacted by my attorney. Now, why in the hell are you going to have your attorney contact her? Why without a crystal ball? She did the honorable, noble thing, which is she contacted you first to give you a chance to respond, or if you have anything to say to add to what she's doing, the video that she's doing on you. That is the honorable thing. She took everything into consideration. So therefore, Why would you have your attorney contact her? This is YouTube. This is YouTube. And every single claim out there without a crystal ball that is out there against you is not false. There's proof to back up that, yes, you are an evil person and you do very hateful, awful things. And there's proof to back up everything that you've done thus far, including what you continue to do now, as far as when it comes to the Justice for Vaughn situation. For instance, I don't strike channels falsely and rarely ever strike anyone. Okay, so you're telling me that you don't strike channels? No, that's bullshit, in my opinion. You do strike channels. I've heard of you striking channels before. Okay, and I'm sure CC will get the proof to back that up. The sheriff's deputy she claims doesn't exist works for the SVU department and easily fact-checked, not to mention this has happened 3 years ago. What happened 3 years ago? What are you talking about? Tati Westbrook's lawsuit is settled. No defamation occurred because they realized I got the details from a public lawsuit. That's a lie. That's a lie, okay? You said defaming things about Tati and her husband, who is not a YouTuber. Okay? Tati's husband is not a YouTuber. He may join Tati on YouTube every now and then, but he's not a YouTuber. And you made false claims and accused him of basically K-ing his mother. You accused him of pulling the plug on his own mother for her inheritance. That is not a false claim. There's videos out there of you saying that without a crystal ball, which will be in part 2 of my video of you. You said those horrible things about Tati's husband. It doesn't get any worse than that. You settled because you gave Tati information on her rival. That's why you settled. Quit lying. And I don't have to say allegedly on that part because I watched the live stream where you accused Tati's husband of pulling the plug. The live stream is out there. You made fun of Tati. You made fun of her makeup. You said slanderous things, and Tati would have won that case had she not chose to settle with you. Tati thought it was more beneficial to settle with you to get information on somebody else or whatever the situation was. But you did defame that woman. Bad. And you defamed her husband. Claims that I'm the nonsense YouTube channel. She can't be serious. Well, actually, you call other channels that. You call other people nonsense. You call other people and defame them and their channels. You cover the Duggars without a crystal ball. Okay, and look, if you want to cover the Duggars, go ahead and cover the Duggars. Because to be honest with you, if you would just shut up about the Justice for Vaughn story, that would be great. Go ahead and keep covering the Duggars and do what you do. Okay? So, miss me with that. Hold on, you guys. God, I'm so heated. Okay. Claims I dig into people's past. Coming from, claims I dig into people's past. Coming from other creators that literally publish my R report. Okay. And monetized it. But the actual claim is coming directly from Leslie Bass or her followers. Leslie publicly accused me of CA, falsely accused me of striking her channel, held a fraudulent fundraiser because I took her channel down. Okay. We all know what happened between you and is that LB? Yeah. We all know what happened with that and the multiple lies that you told on LB and how you screwed her over with a source, how you falsely made very, very dangerous claims on LB with no proof to back it up. And as far as the R report, I remember when that was done and I don't agree with it. That's the only thing that I'll give to you. I don't agree with getting anyone's report. I don't agree with bringing up anybody else's report. But what I will say is, without a crystal ball, is what goes around comes around, because you pull up people's reports all the time. It doesn't matter what their past is. You're going to pull up the report and make it public, just like you did recently with a woman who is a mother and her son is in the hospital fighting for his life. His son, Marvin Sr.'s son, is in the hospital fighting for his life. And what did you do? You put out their criminal records from the past publicly to your 240,000 subscribers and how many you have on Facebook. Okay. So it's okay for you to do that stuff. But when it's done to you, you don't like it. But you do it all the time. You don't know the danger that you could have put anyone in when you brought up Marvin Sr.'s police report, but you don't care. Or let's talk about how you just recently doxed the people that you were supposedly talking to, which is Dre's ex-husband, Abba, and doxed his last name. Let's talk about all the people that you've doxed, because there's proof out there that you have. You are the one who initially doxed Dre McCray when you put out the police report. Okay, so have a stadium full of seats. After Leslie falsely accused me of CA and falsely accused me of stealing her kids' Christmas, I tried to figure out what her motive would be to come for me. Sure enough, she was in bankruptcy at the time. So Leslie can lie about me and spread false information, but if I try to figure out why and share that, I'm bad. Well, actually, you are the one who started sharing personal information first when it comes to her. You are the one who literally shared that she filed for bankruptcy, which half of America does. So who cares? And why did you have to bring that up? Why did you have to dig into her past like that and use it against her? You see, without a crystal ball, this is what you do. You use people's past against them. I'm very passionate about what a dangerous person you are without a crystal ball. I'm very passionate about it because you don't know what's going to happen when you mess with the wrong person one day. Mental health is real. And you want people to care about your mental health. But you are the first to dig up people's past, use it against them. It doesn't matter what their past is. So really what you're doing is you're flipping the narrative. You're flipping the narrative because the only one who brings up and digs up people's past is you. Because let me tell you something without a crystal ball. Keep getting all the motherfucking lawsuits that you get and your ass is going to have a fucking bankruptcy as well. Okay? Okay. Next. Leslie has since discussed my R report and accused me of lying about R. Lawsuits involving me, my arrest, and has dug into my life for 3 years. You see, this mess that you created without a crystal ball, thank you, Alley Cat's mama. You're so sweet. Let me tell you, this mess that you have created for yourself and the lawsuits, the endless lawsuits that you keep having, I don't know anyone on YouTube who has been in as many lawsuits as you have been. So here's the thing. You have created this mess for yourself. I don't ever remember LB discussing your R report. I don't ever remember her doing it. If I'm wrong, I stand corrected. That's nothing that I do agree with. I don't agree with that. But in the same sense, welcome to something called karma without a crystal ball. Because you're the first to discuss things about other people and dig up their past, and people are going to do it to you. That's just the way that it works. If you want people to stop talking about you and to stop suing you and to stop making videos about you, maybe try being a decent human being. How about that? Try something new for a change. Lawsuits involving you. Everybody's discussing your lawsuits. Everybody is, including, I haven't, but including myself, who will, when you soon to be in 2023, when you go to court against that 7M? And when you freaking go to court with Todd Chrisley, I will be covering that too. Everybody's talking about your lawsuits. You don't like it? Get off YouTube. You don't like it? Get yourself together, homegirl. How about that? Sean Coffee. Thank you so much, Sean. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. That means everything to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You guys are awesome. Thank you for listening to me vent. Can mods do something about this Michelle lady? My goodness. What about Michelle? I don't know what's going on with that. Hold on. What's happening with Michelle? Somebody can message me and tell me because I have no idea. Wait, which Michelle? Thank you, Sean. I will keep a lookout because I don't know what's going on with Michelle. But I will keep a lookout for that, okay? There is a Reddit post with a screenshot. Hold on. Oh, she's arguing with Molly? Why are they arguing? Come on, you guys, don't argue. Michelle Sabate is causing issues with MGL in chat. Okay, nobody needs to be causing any issues with anybody in chat. Okay? Everybody needs to get along. We always do that in chat. Let's be respectful in chat, not only to each other, but also to me. So don't bring that here though, okay? Don't bring that here, whatever you guys are arguing about, okay? Yes, this is a safe place. Thank you, Alberta and Stella. As a matter of fact, hold on. Oh my God, my son is talking about hackers. My son is talking about hackers, but that's Fortnite stuff. Fortnite. Really? Okay. I love that Tia actually reached out. Well, thank you, Fiddle Cash Flow 69. Thanks. Okay, let's continue with this. Okay, no, try not to be arguing and all that stuff. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next. I don't ever remember Leslie discussing without her crystal balls our report. If that is true, like I said, somebody can let me know in the comments below. He's about to get off that thing. Okay, sorry you guys, I'm back. He's getting a little bit too exactly passionate. Right, chit chat. He's getting a little bit too passionate there about that Fortnite. Okay, let's read the next one. How many times are the same fake claims going to come out before these people realize none of this is real? So they're all fake. All of these claims, they're fake. So with you and everything that you've done recently, making up fake sources that I agree with Cece, not legitimate. The claims, all of the lawsuits that you've been in, the way you treat people, all of this is made up and it's just fake. Please, someone tell me, how is that fake? People, let's put it this way. People are never going to stop bringing up your past without a crystal ball until you change your behavior in the present. You see, you follow the same patterns. You repeat the same patterns over and over and over again, right? So when you repeat the same patterns and you continue to be problematic and you continue to hurt people, which you still blatantly do, people are going to continue to call you out. But if you were to change your behavior and quit treating people like shit, quit throwing people under the bus, start caring about other people and their mental health and things that they endure, then guess what? People would stop because they will say, maybe she is trying to change. As a matter of fact, so many people gave you the benefit of the doubt with this case, the Justice for Vaughn story. So many people just hope that you would be better. Even though we knew that you weren't going to be, we hoped. And once again, you proved everyone right. So until you start proving people wrong that your behavior has changed, people are not going to stop calling you out on the things that you do now and the things that you've done in the past because it coincides with one another. It does. Exactly. Cece, stick to MLM stuff. I haven't watched her channel in a long time. Someone told me she's publicly saying that I'm speaking to her in lives. Girl, I'm publicly speaking to you now that you will look like a fool to do this. These videos have already been made and proven false. I just gotta say, without a crystal ball, you are delusional. You have never, ever proven any of the claims against you to be false. Never. There is multiple videos, thousands of videos out there proving that all of these claims about you are true. Okay? How about that time when the lawsuit came out? I think it was with 7M or it might have been Todd Chrisley, where you said there wasn't a lawsuit, that it wasn't filed, that it was a closet lawsuit or something. And it was very blatantly clear that the lawsuit was public and it was filed with the courts. And you were trying to say that it wasn't. Like, you lie about everything. You treat people like shit. But you expect for people to throw out some kind of red carpet for you? No. And Cece doesn't have to stick to MLM stuff. Okay? How about you stick to the Duggars and quit running your mouth about the McCrae case? You're not going to do that. And you don't like it when people tell you to do that, do you? She doesn't have to stick to anything. She can cover and talk about whatever the hell she wants to. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it because you don't get to tell people what to do. Hopefully, when she receives a letter from my attorney, she will figure out. She's made it clear on her channel that she doesn't like me and wants to expose me. So yes, I fully trust her to actually listen to anything I say. First of all, nobody has to listen to anything you say, nor would I. Like I said, I think this is a very honorable, very courteous thing that Cece did to reach out to you without a crystal ball. And the only reason why you care is because, like I said, she's a more bigger creator. She's not a big creator, but compared to people like me or, Janelle or things like that, she's bigger. And that's why you care so much, because you know that it'll reach a lot of people. And she's very, very good at backing up her claims with facts, and you're intimidated by that. So that's why you care so much. Like, why even care? You know how many videos are out there of exposing you without a crystal ball? But you're going to send her a letter from your attorney? You act like people scared of you when you say that. When you threaten people to send them cease and desists, nobody cares. I would rip that bitch up. I don't care. You don't get to stop people from using their voice. You don't get to stop people from doing videos about you. Like I said, welcome to the wonderful world of YouTube. If you don't like it, don't watch it. It's very simple. Always threatening people. But yet you don't like it when it's being done to you. Thank you, Lena Duran, for the super sticker. Thank you so much, beautiful. Oh, look at that beautiful baby. Oh, I want a baby. No. If it doesn't happen within the next year, I'm not having any more kids. So cute. Look, it's so precious. Pocket service. So I guess that's when somebody sends you like court papers to your door or something. I don't even know what the hell that was that she was trying to say back in the day. I remember when she did that though. I just imagine KJ's attorney is really just her in one of those white lawyer wigs. 7M is another lawsuit KJ is in. Yes. 7M is a dance group on TikTok. And she said some very horrible things about them, you guys. What you guys know. Yes, it is. No, I wouldn't say mine is, but I have 4 boys. I do want a little girl, but if it doesn't happen soon, it's not going to, because I'm getting older and there's, I think after a certain amount of time, it's your time. So I didn't realize I was watching live when I commented earlier. I apologize. That's okay, Holla Girl. Yes, isn't that baby so gorgeous? I love babies. 7M is a production company out of California that is manager for TikTok dancers. Wow. My son is 34 and all my plumbing is gone. So no chance for another. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, be careful. I said that many years ago, and my boys are 11 years apart. Actually, my 21-year-old and then my 11-year-old, like I just wasn't expecting to have another kid, and that I did. And then I had another one, and they're all boys. So it would be nice to have a little girl. But like I said, if it doesn't happen soon, then it's just not going to happen. The poor grandma, etc., and her legal filings makes me think KJ is the one handling her attorney issues. Probably. You're probably right. So now that I debunked all of those things, which they are debunked, you can't stop people with your bullshit legal threats without a crystal ball. You just can't do that. This is YouTube and you are a creator. Therefore, if people are open to commentate on you and your past behaviors that you still continue to repeat over and over and over again, and it is what it is. It's a never-ending cycle for you. Thank you, Lindsay Johnson. Aw, I think you guys, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat or the super sticker. I really appreciate that. And I'm so glad you guys love my channel and my contents. I do try to work very hard to, um, you know, give you guys the best of me. Hey, Sparkle. And I'm just reading comments. I always wanted another, but my oldest had to change my mind real quick. But my grandbabies are my life. I bet, Miss Rebecca. Holler girl. Been there, hun, and sorry it's hard. But there are things that you will be grateful for later, promise. Right. Yeah, Cece's clapback is amazing. There's really nothing that without a crystal ball can do. I mean, you can't stop people from doing commentary about you. You can't stop people from doing videos about you. You are a very problematic creator. Do you think, or you have to be delusional, in my opinion, if you think that people are not going to do commentary on you. There's so many videos out there, but all of a sudden you care so much about Cece and what she has to say. And I think it's because you know that her presentation is excellent. She's very, very good at conveying her thoughts, and she's very good at breaking things down and showing facts to back it up. And I think that that's amazing about her. So I started to see YouTube when the McRae store came out, and right away I said KJ was a big fat liar. Sorry, but you can see through her right away. Absolutely. Thank you, Christy. I'm glad that you are a new supporter. Thank you so much. KJ is on and on about the Duggars now. No bashing on Insta. It seems as though she's more on Facebook now, but guess what? That's probably because she's monetized now. Because she capitalizes and does horrible things when it comes to people that are involved in cases or people that are involved in trauma, because she's a trauma vulture, in my opinion. Yeah, she needs to go somewhere and sit down. That's what she needs to do. Why does she think it's okay to do videos about everyone else, but no one can do videos about her? How does she justify that? She can't. She's delusional. She's delusional, okay? For real. Okay. So I'm going to stop screen really quick. And I'm going to show you guys something else. So it's time to debunk something else. I'm going to slow the chat real quick. Yeah, I'll slow the chat. Oh my God, my sound is so loud. Okay, chat is slowed down. All right, so now I'm going to go and talk about this. I'm going to share my screen. And I am try to make that bigger and share my screen. And it sucks that I have to put on subscribers only, you guys, but when the bots start coming in and they try to spam your comments, that's the only way to get rid of them. You know, when it slows down, then I will make it back to public. Okay? All right, so I want to read this. I feel like this is something that needs to be addressed as well. If this woman messages you about me, please block her. Okay? She is spamming my followers at the moment in order to spread the truth about me. The truth is in quotation marks. Nothing in her messages about what I've done are based in reality. Her opinions about my character are not based upon truth. She is connected to a group of Twitter trolls that harass various reality TV stars, YouTube creators, and me. They all believe that I'm a danger to society. I do. Anybody believe that Without a Crystal Ball is a danger to society in your opinion? Please type in a 1. Oh, she's live? Well, I'll I'll get to that. Don't worry, I'm not going to miss nothing tonight. I believe you're a danger to society without a crystal ball because you have no empathy, no morals, and no respect for anyone. And that's why that can become very dangerous. I have no interest in beefs on YouTube or with other creators. I am not jealous of anyone. That's a lie. She's also messaging people that she will send them videos of my son to prove to them that I neglected him. She locked him in the room for 10 hours, that's in quotation marks, is false and one of the fake CPS calls made about me. Our son is not neglected, never locked in rooms, and very loved and supported. I work from home and sometimes he can't be heard. Sometimes he can be heard being a kid. The 10 hours in a room was a comment my husband made about himself and an exaggeration of how he felt that day. Our home has 4 bedrooms, a fully furnished basement, and a fenced backyard. There are more toys here than furniture most days. What Sherry is doing is recruiting new subscribers for other small channels like Charlotte, Llama Girl, and others. Charlotte is a convicted felon and lost custody of her children. I've never had any contact with her. I am not friends with her, and Charlotte will support any criminal that I report on. She takes the opposing side of any issue I cover to gain hate views for her channel. Sherry and her group of trolls spam my followers to help these other creators build their channels. It's pretty gross. I would never ever want to grow a channel this way. So please block her and anyone else that does this. They really are just bored housewives that think I'm the devil. Sherry and her group will use this post as evidence to their claims that I harass people after they harass me and my followers. Okay. I have a lot to say about this one, and that's why I wanted to read this to you. I have a small channel. I'm never jealous of other creators. I admire these people because it is clear that they work hard and can appear with confidence in front of cameras. Yes, absolutely. UK immigration law geek. I like your name. 111 KJ is an absolute danger to society. Yes, she is. Thank you for all the ones. Thank you, guys. I have this huge problem, you guys, with how much KJ judges people who have a past. And I've told you guys about my brother, even people in my family in general have a past, and I feel like if you change from your past, then you shouldn't be judged for it. The only reason why Without a Crystal Ball is constantly ridiculed is because she hasn't changed from her past, right? She literally continues to do the same thing. But I find it very, very gross. In my opinion, she can talk about gross. I find it very, very gross how she's constantly judging other people for their past. Now, I don't know much about Scarlett, but I do know that I enjoy her content from time to time. I have watched her, and I've actually watched Scarlett when she first started because, like I told you guys, Without a Crystal Ball is the reason I chose to add commentary to my channel. Because I had so much to say, and there's just no way I could contain. When you feel something for somebody and you have a strong opinion about somebody, you want that opinion to be known. And excuse me, you also want to bring awareness to other people so they won't have to go through what other people go through. Like, you try to bring awareness, and you try to make people aware of the problematic person that Without a Crystal Ball is. So I really do have a problem with that. So with Scarlett, if she does have a criminal past, so what? It seems as though she's changed. She doesn't do anything but go on her channel, and she has great content about calling Without a Crystal Ball out. And if you ever want to catch up on what Without a Crystal Ball does, all you have to do is go to Charlotte's channel, because she's always trying to remain factual about Without a Crystal Ball and just calling her out on her horrific behavior. So you cannot very well sit there and talk about how Charlotte has, this criminal past or whatever, because obviously Charlotte isn't a criminal now. Everyone has a past, just like Without a Crystal Ball. The unfortunate part about Without a Crystal Ball is she's not changing from her past. She just gets worse and worse and worse. I have literally taken, hey Jamie, welcome sweetie. I have literally taken a break from calling Without a Crystal Ball out for almost a year. And I come back and she has 2 lawsuits. When I took a break, she only had 1 with Tati. Now she has 2 within a year. Come on now, you guys. Like, you don't get to judge other people for their past when you are as shitty of a person as you are Without a Crystal Ball. I think Scarlett is great. And like I said, she has a past just like everyone else does. And it's not fair to just judge people for their past. But I have showed you guys, in past videos, how much Without a Crystal Ball judges people for their past and sits there and says if somebody has a criminal past, they're done and their life is over and all that kind of stuff. And it's not right. It's just not right. Okay. So I want to read what was sent to this, what Sherry, I guess, is sending to other people. But I'm just so tired. When you're calling people a convicted felon Without a Crystal Ball, and they may be, and judging other people for their past, that doesn't discredit them. A person like you doesn't get to call out people for their past. I mean, you can, but nobody's ever going to take your word for anything, because at the end of the day, look at the person that you are, in my opinion. Look at how you act. Look at how you hurt people. Just because a person has a criminal past and they may be a convicted felon or whatever the situation is, if they're trying to change, give them credit for that. quit holding people's past against them. And I know it's like talking to air. It's not as if she's ever going to listen, but like, it's just, it really, really upsets me when people do that, especially people like her. And it says, obviously, our home has 4 bedrooms and fully furnished basement. I don't give a shit about your home. Your home doesn't make you a good parent. Okay? And I'm not saying you're a good parent or a bad parent. I don't know you. I don't know what happens with you behind closed doors. I don't like to bring up kids, nor do I want people talking about any kids in the comments. I don't like to talk about kids, but what I will say is talking about your home doesn't make you a good parent. Talking about how much your kid has as far as materialistic things doesn't make you a good parent either. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying that it makes you a bad parent, but it damn sure don't make you a good parent. So if you look at yourself and you think you are a good parent and you're doing the things that you're supposed to be doing, then you don't owe anybody an explanation for anything. People can say that about me until their face turns blue. It's not true. And I damn sure ain't about to get on here and justify myself to anyone because I know what type of parent I am. If you know that you're a good parent, you don't have to prove it to anybody. And you damn sure don't have to get on here preaching and talking about what your kid has and what your home looks like. You can live in a damn shack for all I care. It has nothing to do with being a parent. Yes, we as parents, we want to provide the best for our children and do the best that we can for our children. And my children are very spoiled in a lot of ways, but at the end of the day, the materialistic things does not matter because what matters is spending time with them, showing them love, attention, support. They can have every toy in the world, but they would rather have their parents. And that I'll just leave it at that. Okay. And you say that Sherry and a group of trolls spam my followers to help these other creators build their channels. People don't need your help by spamming to build their channels. There are so many people who are very passionate about you, besides myself without a crystal ball, and that bring awareness about you that have very successful channels. And they don't spam or do any of that stuff. So you can miss me with that. So I'm going to read what she wrote her. So Sherry says this, and I really think that it's shitty, of course. Once again, I really think that it's shitty that you couldn't do, even though you may not like this person, I really think it's shitty that you couldn't at least block out and redact her last name. That's just my opinion. I know you don't like the girl, but I still say that you should redact people's last names. Hold on one second. Okay. I know you don't know me, and believe me, I wasn't blocked. I would tell everyone to do research on Without a Crystal Ball. She's currently in 4 lawsuits for defamation. In my opinion, that's why she took her money back. The lawsuits are Todd Chrisley. He is going to jail, but he's still suing for defamation, and it's not because of the federal charges, which is in parentheses. Robert Shin, Miranda Derrick, and James Derrick. Look at Without a Crystal Ball versus Without a Crystal Ball, Renell Smith, Charlotte's Web. Dang, just go on the search bar and on YouTube, Google Llama Girl on Twitter. In my opinion, the father didn't have a friend to ask to start a Cash App. The father wants to stay away from the drama that Katie Joy started, and it's because the mother and father didn't want to be interviewed by her. The mother was a teenager when she gave him to her mother to adopt, not a firehouse or church. Then she went to then she went to jail just to try and feed her kids. His mother was crying on the phone, and she shouldn't at any time like this. Her son is in a coma, not allowed to get medical updates, and to top it off, people are downing her because of Katie. If you don't like Molly Golightly, there's other big YouTubers out there. Please do your research. Um, Katie opened up a Cash App saying the father's friend wanted it. Not true. The father don't want to be in this. He just wants his daughters. Oops, sorry, I accidentally pressed mute. He just wants his daughters. The Cash App is closed now because she knows we're on to her. Years ago, before she had her house, she opened a GoFundMe for the Ronald McDonald house. Then bang, her house was built. No one asked for receipts. So she had nerve to do this to Mrs. Letitia. She now has to I think she meant she now has 2 lawyers, and that's really none of our business. If it was a fraud, GoFundMe would close it down. If it is a fraud, GoFundMe would close it down. If anyone wants money back, Mrs. Letitia would give their money back like she did with Katie Joy. Did Katie ever tell you that she went to jail for driving drunk? Which she is lucky she didn't K anyone. She went. Oh, never mind. That's the same thing, I think. No, it's not. That's the worst. It's going to jail for bad checks to feed her kids. Katie ignores her son. She's always on social media. I have proof that she had her husband stay in a room with her son for 10 hours while she did videos on Facebook. Then she went on Instagram. That's where it was when her husband came downstairs saying he just got out of the room after 10 hours. She tried to tell him to be quiet because she was live. Then you hear him stomp up the stairs. Then there was a time when he had the flu. He went in her office. You don't see him, but you hear him. She whispered something to him, and he slammed the door and was screaming, "Mommy, if you would like to see them, I'll send them to you." She's so jealous of Molly. I don't care if you like her or not. There are plenty of her or not. There are plenty of channels that does it. As a matter of fact, she mentioned one day Katie gets jealous of everyone that's successful. Have you ever heard of Emily D. Baker? She's a retired district attorney. She's jealous of her. I'm just warning you of the woman that's trying hard by lying to make money. How do I was subscribed? I'm just going to say she meant I was subscribed and was a member, which I wasted my money. If you say anything bad, she'll block you from commenting. She's shadow banned on Instagram Live. That's why she's on Facebook. Plus, that's how she found out that's how Dre made her money. Why do you think she tries to talk positive about Dre? Why do you think she tries to talk positive about Dre in the beginning? Have you noticed that she shows personal DMs of people she gets mad at? All I want is you to be careful. One day, Katie gets jealous of everyone that's successful. Have you ever heard? Oh, never mind. That's the same one. Okay, that was the end of it. Okay. So that is what this woman, I guess, messaged to one of Katie's supporters or whatever. And I guess Katie's claims is that person is going around. Now, what I will say is there's a lot of things in there that she's saying that's true, in my opinion. I remember that time that I couldn't, the only problem is I couldn't hear what her husband was saying. But I do remember when he stomped in the room and said 10 hours. I was watching that live stream. I think there are a lot of people who try to warn others, especially Katie's supporters, people who hardcore support Katie, they try to warn other people about her. In my opinion, I really wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't even waste your time. I think without a crystal ball supporters kind of drink the Kool-Aid, so to speak. There's a lot of people who have really seen without a crystal ball's true colors with this case, with the Justice for Vaughn case and what Katie has done to Miss Letitia and her family and the things that she's saying now and the narrative that, Without a Crystal Ball is trying to push. I think a lot of people really saw her true colors now, but reaching out to others, I can understand why people want to do that, but I just don't think it's worth it, because there's if somebody supports her without a crystal ball, they support her. And unfortunately, if they don't see how Without a Crystal Ball is now, especially for what Without a Crystal Ball has done to Miss Letitia, I don't think they're ever going to see it. I mean, Without a Crystal Ball has done some pretty shitty stuff, and there are a lot of people who still stand by her and who have stuck by her side through all of that. And I'm not saying that people are hopeless or anything, but some people just can't see things from the outside looking in. If anything, if you were going to warn her, I would just say, hey, go check out Llama Girl's Twitter. Do some research, type in Without a Crystal Ball, and that I would just leave it at that. But that's just my opinion. Most of the things that were said in there were correct in my opinion. But at the end of the day, I still think it's a waste of time. And obviously it was, because whoever it is that she sent that to sent it to Katie. You know what I mean? And of course, Katie makes it public, because Without a Crystal Ball makes everything fucking public. It's actually very, very sickening. It doesn't matter what it is. You share it with her. If you have ever had any kind of private dialogue with Without a Crystal Ball, trust and believe it will be public. Okay? I'm just keeping it real. She does not keep anything private whatsoever. So, yeah, there's always going to be trolls, and which I believe that Without a Crystal Ball is a troll too, There's always going to be trolls that are going to do those types of things, but in my opinion, I just don't think it's worth it to even warn people about her, because, like I said, if they don't see it now, they may not ever see it. You don't even have to share with her. She'll go on Pacer and get your information. She's toxic and shouldn't be trusted. Absolutely. There you go. Brianna said it. Like any kind of correspondence you've ever had with Katie, if it is private, and I'm just going to say this now, and I'm not saying that they're watching or anything, but to Abba and his wife, which in my opinion, I do think that it's not a friend that Without a Crystal Ball is talking to. I think it is Abba's wife, which is Dre's ex-husband. I do not think that Without a Crystal Ball is talking to a friend, because at first, in the beginning, Without a Crystal Ball referred to this friend that's close to Dre's ex-husband as a he. Okay? First it was a he, and then she referred to them as they, and now she refers to this person as a she. In my opinion, and this is just alleged, I don't know if this is true or not, but this is just what I think. I think she is speaking to the wife. And I'm just going to warn you right now. This is coming from nothing but respect. Whatever you have shared with Without a Crystal Ball, any messages that you have had with her, from this moment on, I would be very careful with what you share with her, because it will be public one way or another. And that's just my opinion. Be careful. Be very careful, because everybody has seen what this woman has done, especially when it comes to this case. And if you think for 1 second that she's not going to do the things that she's done to Letitia, to you, she will. And it doesn't matter if you don't have a past. That doesn't matter, which I'm sure that Abba is an outstanding member of society because he was a Marine as well. But at the end of the day, if you shared something private with her, if you think for 1 second that it's not going to be public, you are sadly mistaken. So be careful. That's all I could say. And that's just coming out. That's the most respectable way I can say. Be careful. You may think other people are people that you should be watching, but the real person that you should be watching is the person that you are communicating with, that you think is some kind of savior or something, and she's not. The moment you do something that is not beneficial to her, she will out you. There is nothing private with this woman. And that's just, it is exactly chit chat. You took the words right out of my mouth. There's nothing private with her. And whatever you have shared with her, do not think for a second that she will not share it publicly, because she will. That's just how she rolls. She's done it to everyone else. What makes you think you're going to be any different? Okay. So now, which I think this is very important to talk about. So hold on 1 second. I have to read something really quick. Sorry, you guys, I'm here. I had to pull something up and then I had to try to make it bigger, but for some reason it's not getting bigger. So hold on, I'm going to share my screen. I don't know why it does that for me. I have to figure out how to do this. Okay, so that you couldn't hear anything because I was muted. I was bringing something up. But I want to show you guys some of the things, nasty things that Without a Crystal Ball was saying when she did a live stream about the Dre McCray case and, you know, Miss Letitia, all of those types of things. She was saying some really, really disgusting things in the comments, and I want you guys to see what she was saying in the comments. I think this live stream was not too long ago, maybe a week ago. No matter how big I try to make it, it's just not going to get big. So, Without a Crystal Ball says, she's an egg donor giving birth, and abandoning your kid doesn't make you a mom. Your ignorance will make you poorer. Have fun. Then she put, you're pathetic. And these are two people that were commenting to her. I don't think she put you're pathetic. Without a Crystal Ball put so are you. And this was something that's now deleted now. If I have to, I'll bring it up on Exposed Without a Crystal Ball, which I'm sure you guys are all familiar with that channel, and you may have seen this video. So I want you guys to see what else she said. Okay. There is no point. Vaughn attempted S. His bio mom got mad at his wife, decided to start a smear campaign to make money, and defrauded the internet. She found a drunk lady on YouTube to help her. You guys may not be able to see this, and I'm sorry if you cannot see it, but I'm reading it, and this is now a deleted live stream that Without a Crystal Ball was commenting under. And it's very disgusting, the things that she was saying. So I'm going to continue. And somebody else says, laughing my ass off, I don't donate to anyone I don't know. I don't donate to anyone I don't know that person first. And all I know is it's been nothing but drama on both sides, and it's disgusting. Somebody else says, exactly. I just got banned from the Justice for Vaughn group for speaking up. Without a Crystal Ball says, thanks for nothing. Thanks for nothing. We already knew this. And then she puts, it's just getting out of hand. You seriously should be ashamed of yourself for what you do to people. Be a better person. That's what somebody commented. Without a Crystal Ball says, no, I'm not ashamed. Then she says, why are you doing this? When did your focus get off Justice for Vaughn? You have a great program. Don't ruin it. Please go back on track. This is something that somebody was saying to Without a Crystal Ball. Then Without a Crystal Ball says, there is no justice for Vaughn. He attempted S. His mom made up a fake story to make money. Wake up and request a refund. Wake up and request a refund. This is what she's selling to her people. That is exactly why, Without a Crystal Ball, that I have said about you, that you incite hate and chaos. That's what you do. And it's disgusting that you would advise people to request a refund. just because you don't believe it, you have no right to tell people to request a refund. You don't. Now I want to make sure that something. Okay. How about you grow up, little girl? I'm way older than you, and I don't appreciate your tone. Without a Crystal Ball says that. Then someone else says, she doesn't have to keep posting. Be a bigger person and ignore it. It's that simple. She literally received DT, which you guys know what that means. This is from somebody else. Would you sit back and take it? Don't even say yes, because we both know you wouldn't. Without a Crystal Ball, the author says, nah, I like laughing. It's more fun. That being on a fake self-righteous justice parade for an egg donor to make money. I need to mute for a second. Okay, I said all the bad stuff I needed to say. Okay, let me read that again. Nah, I like laughing. It's more fun than being on a fake self-righteous justice parade for an egg donor to make money. Without a Crystal Ball, you are an evil person. I want to say something else, but I'm not going to say it. You're an evil person. To even say something like that, you are evil. Who are you to sit there and tell people to wake up and request a refund? That's exactly what you want. You want people to request a refund because you're sick. It's none of your business. You already asked for a refund and got your refund back. But now you are trying to sway your audience to wake up and request a refund because you're salty and jealous, and it's disgusting. I really think that KJ is miserable in her life, and the only way she gets off is to bring others down. Amen. Hey, Justice for All, it's good to see you. Well, I've never seen anyone like KJ. Me neither. She is disgusting. And that is slanderous, that you would sit there and tell people all of these things, and that's why you deleted this live stream, and to tell people to wake up and request a refund. That's sick. And the reason why I say that is because you got your money back. So everybody is supposed to think like you, and everybody's supposed to follow your lead and ask for a refund just because you did, just because you think that this is all made up. But you're the one that helped get this story out, to get Vaughn's story out, for the people to pay attention to Vaughn. And now, because you're salty that the mother doesn't want anything to do with you, Letitia and her family, now you want to cause chaos, incite hate. What I've said about you, and I will continue to say, because you are a horrible human being, in my opinion. And that is the truth. This is not a fake story. Okay. Letitia was 14 when she had her daughter and 15 when she had Marvon. Okay. And another thing, she also lost her mother. Her mother. She was a baby. How dare you try to shame that? How dare you try to make it like adoption and doing what's best for your children when you are a fucking baby is a bad thing. You make it seem like it's some type of a bad thing that she tried to give a better life to her children because she was only 14 and 15 years old. You should be ashamed of yourself as a person, but then you sit there and you play the victim and you wonder why so many people make videos about you, including the person that you threatened to send whatever to from your attorneys to CC. This is why people do these things, because you just have no empathy or compassion for no one. Yeah, she was like 17 when her mom passed. My mom passed when I was 30. And I literally didn't know how to live without my mother. Still sometimes don't. You should be ashamed of yourself without a crystal ball. And then you sit there and you wonder why people do the things that they do and say the things that they say about you. You are trying to slander this woman, make her feel like she's less than a person because she chose to give Vaughn a better life with his great grandmother. You're sick. And I have no empathy for you. I hope, I hope one day you understand the pain that you inflict on so many others. That's fine. That's financial abuse, inciting hate on victim's family. Either way, if Vaughn did this to himself, hate on attempted suicides, victim's family, or of one of alleged homicide, victim family harassment. It is. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. This is, and it never was to Without a Crystal Ball until they chose to part ways with her. This is something that we wanted this story to be heard. We wanted for people to know Vaughn's story. And then we started paying attention to Dre's behavior. This is all the things that Without a Crystal Ball has done. She started this shit. But now she wants to sit here and go back on her word because she is a jealous, hateful, spiteful human being. I love the way you tell her about herself. Thank you, Molly. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that, sweetie. I really do. And I love your picture, by the way. I'm so sorry to hear that, Tia. I'm sorry, I couldn't imagine. Yeah. It's my mom was my heart. She was everything to me. So I lost a lot when I lost my mother, and it was hard for me to live without her. I had to be in counseling. I had to learn how to live without my mom, you know? And when I was in counseling, that counselor made me realize I'm never going to be the same Tia that I was before I lost my mother, because part of my heart is with her. So I don't know what I would have done if I would have lost my mother at a younger age, like Letitia, because I got pregnant at a very young age too, and you know, I had my mom to help me. We don't know the type of help that Letitia had or anything. We don't know her whole life story, and that's the problem with Without a Crystal Ball. She doesn't care about other people's feelings. She doesn't take into consideration other people's feelings, all because she's pissed off because she couldn't work with them anymore. It's sick. Yes, it is. I'm sorry to hear that, Justice for All. That's what it really is. When we mourn someone important to us, it becomes selfish because it's all about how we have to learn to live without them. It is. It's hard, and it's still hard for me every day. So I couldn't imagine if, like, I don't know what I would have done without my mother, especially when I was 16 years old and pregnant. So I know how hard it is, and I know that to be that young, having children, um, I think Letitia did what she thought was right, and that doesn't make her any less of a mother. So, and without a crystal ball, that's what I'm talking about when people talk about you, when they bring awareness about you. It's because one day you're going to say something wrong to somebody and you're going to hurt them. You're not ever going to know what mindset they're in because you don't care. But you want everybody to freaking tiptoe around you and act like they're not supposed to say anything about you. Then you're the victim, right? Whew. Okay, so this one thing that I have to bring up, and then I will open up the panel. But uh, we all know that. Well, I'll just read her post real quick. How about that? I'll bring that up. Hold on. Okay, you guys. So I want to read this really quickly. I get along with something else. I think we got a treat here for 26 minutes. Okay. Another good video about the donation/refund issue. The video contains evidence that admins of the Justice for Vaughn group asked Letitia to refund $500 in early July. Letitia blocked the person, and this person still hasn't been refunded. No one is suggesting you should seek a refund. This is simply showing you what is happening. This is not my channel, and I do not know who runs this channel, FYI. Okay, I don't know this channel either, but we all know that Without a Crystal Ball basically is stating that some lady asked Letitia for a refund, and they didn't get the refund back. So this lady did not ask Letitia for a refund until after Without a Crystal Ball started going on this hate campaign, stating that, you know, the whole Justice for Vaughn thing is a scam, all of that stuff. That is when this lady chose to ask for a refund. I'm going to show you a couple of messages that proves Without a Crystal Ball wrong. And And I'm sure you guys may have seen this on, I think it was, was it Justice for All's channel or Molly's channel, where they did debunk this as well. But I am going to debunk it on my channel because that's what the fuck we do over here. We all need someone. We all need to be told you are loved, you matter, you are doing a great job. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Brianna. Okay, let me bring this up real quick. Well, I don't have to bring it up. I just have to share my screen. Hold on one second, you guys. Okay, so I'm going to pull up these text messages really quickly because there has been a little bit of confusion here about that. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. I had to take a phone call real quick. If I can find the messages. Oh, okay. Okay. So this text message is from the lady who asked Letitia for her money back. Okay? So it reads, "Hey, Ms. Bias. I'm so sorry for what you're going through. It's definitely not fair, but I want you to know there are many people standing with you. Do you have a place to stay while you're visiting?" This was on July 7th. Ms. Letitia messages back and says, "I'm home now to get some documents, but I can contact you when I get back." So this lady seems very nice, right? She's even basically, it seems as though offering Letitia a place to stay. The only thing that I want to clarify is what Without a Crystal Ball is doing, because it was 2 different times that the money was asked, that this lady asked for a refund, not once. She asked for a refund 2 different times. And I just want to show you guys those 2 different times, okay? So it says, "I sent you 500 yesterday." Miss Letitia comments back and says, "I know. I was trying to find a way to respond." And then the lady says, "It's okay, hon." Miss Letitia says, "Thank you so much." "No problem. Just making sure you got it." And Miss Letitia says, "God bless you." Then Judy comments back and says, so many fake accounts. I pray you're hanging in there." Ms. Letitia responds and says, you see how evil people are." Judy responds and says, "Yes, you have you have me behind you." I'm sure that's what she meant to say. The arrow is in the way. That's why I can't see that. Okay, so it says, "I know you are. I can't imagine what you're going through. Sounds like he was going through hell with her and wanted out." This was on July 8th, the next day. "How much have you received via all apps?" I'm sure you guys seen this already, but I'm showing it to you again. How much have you received? Now, let me tell you something right now. First of all, that's none of this lady's business to ask. That was very rude in itself. She's asking Miss Letitia how much money she received from the donations. That's none of her damn business. None of her damn business. Let's just start off with that. Now, this is what she asked Ms. Letitia. Ms. Letitia did not respond back. Okay, this was on July 8th. Now, the next message Ms. Letitia gets is on July 30th from this lady. Now, if I was Ms. Letitia, I wouldn't respond back to a message asking how much money have you received via all apps. That's none of her business. And that's the problem sometimes when it comes to GoFundMe's and Cash Apps. You know, when you're doing donations, people think that you owe them something. Like, yes, there always needs to be transparency, but it's none of her business how much Letitia has made with donations. You don't have to disclose that. That's just my opinion. There definitely needs to be transparency where the money is going or whatever, but this specific lady that she hardly knows, which I'm sure Ms. Letitia is appreciative of the fact that she donated, but that doesn't mean that she has a right to ask Ms. Letitia how much money she has made. That's just rude to me. I don't know what it is. It just seems rude. So this lady, once she didn't get a response from Ms. Letitia, when she asked how much money Ms. Letitia received, on July 30th at 7:46 p.m., this lady messages Miss Letitia again, and it says, "Letitia, I requested a refund of $500 I sent you on July 6, 2022, and you have refused to respond to my request. Please know that I reported you to Cash App for fraud/scam I also plan to file with my bank's fraud department on Monday, as well as file a police report with my local police. Now, that should give you some indication right here what this lady is about. Because why would you say that you're going to, just because you didn't get a message back and whatever, if you pay attention to the date, July 30th, her whole hate campaign towards Letitia and her family, right? Towards Miss Letitia and her family. So therefore, it makes sense that she would now ask for a refund back. And she's saying that she asked for a refund on July 6th. She messaged Ms. Letitia on July 5th. Or does that say 6th? Yeah, she messaged Ms. Letitia on July 6th. Ms. Letitia messaged back on July 7th. There's no date on this, but if she messaged Ms. Letitia and they were back and forth on July 5th and July 7th, so in between here, she asked for her money back, then why didn't she say anything then? Okay. Oops. Sorry, guys. I have to bring it back up. So why didn't she ask for the money back then? And then to go as far to say that you're going to file a police report, she started saying that because of the hate campaign that Without a Crystal Ball started, and trying to flip the narrative and say that Justice for Vaughn is a scam. Okay. So she's saying that she's going to file with her police department and all that. To me, it's just rude to put a woman through all of this when you know what she's going through. This isn't a scam. How is it a scam that her child is in the hospital fighting for his life, and she's going through all of these things, and you would put her through this type of chaos for, in my opinion, for nothing? I just think it's ridiculous to say something like that. 22 days later, you were fine until 22 days later. It says, I believe the mod spoke with this specific lady between July 8th and the 30th. That's when they verified the income. So I guess the mods of Justice for Vaughn and Exposing Dre McCray have maybe spoken to this lady between, I think, 2 times, maybe the 8th and the 30th. And that's when they verified how much, I guess, that Letitia had received with the donations, or you know what I mean. So the next message is, wait a minute. Let me go back. I filed a police report with my local police. The department to a detective in Savannah if you do not refund my money ASAP. Judy. Ms. Letitia messages back and says, ma'am, she's very polite, very, very polite. Ma'am, if you donated to me, what was it for? Judy says, I did donate to you, $500. It was for Justice for Vaughn. I plan to file a police report on Monday. Ms. Letitia says, okay. The Justice for Vaughn was for an attorney, right? The lady says, and with my fraud department, well, she's not even answering Ms. Letitia, but she says, and with my fraud department too. No, Justice for Vaughn. What do you think Justice for Vaughn is for? Justice for Vaughn is for Letitia to be able to get attorneys to travel back and forth. She doesn't live in Yuma. She lives in, is it Georgia, I think? I could be wrong. But the point is that that's what Justice for Vaughn is for, attorney. So that's what Miss Letitia was asking her. And she just put, no, it's Justice for Vaughn. Yeah, Justice for Vaughn. What do you think justice is? Ms. Letitia getting attorneys. Okay? What have you done to get justice? The lady says. Miss Judy says, I'm telling you to refund my money or I will be filing a police report. I will be filing a police report, file with your detectives. And then she put, you are a scammer and a fraud. I sent $500, just send it back. Now see, oh, thank you, Michelle. I specifically donated $100 for a Manny and Petty. That's very sweet, Michelle. That's very sweet that you did that. And Ms. Letitia deserves that too. So thank you so much for doing that. So she's calling her. She said, you are a scammer and a fraud. I sent $500, just send it back. Obviously, I think that this lady is very rude. First of all, she really didn't have to go through Ms. Letitia to get her money back, for one. To me, this is very verbally abusive, in my opinion. Very, very verbally abusive. Just because you chose to believe without a crystal ball, and you're entitled to your own opinion, but I still think it's very verbally abusive to be saying all of these things to Miss Letitia, especially with what she's going through right now. Like, that's just horrible. And that's the problem with people. They don't ever take into consideration what others are going through. To me, in my opinion, this lady was very, very rude. Very rude. Okay. So then it says, here's the totals. As you can see, I screenshotted that. Oh, I think these are from the mods. Okay, I'm satisfied now. Thank you. I will cancel my request. So I want you guys to pay very close attention to this. So I'm pretty sure that this was her communication with the mods. Okay. And the mods probably, because I can't see that and I don't know how to make my screen bigger, but I think that they were just communicating with her, probably about the GoFundMe or whatever. And it says, here's the totals. And as you can see, I screenshotted that at 6:51 Eastern time. Yeah, people are trying to help her raise money to get a lawyer. I had to pick up stuff for my kid's party and was away from my phone. She has done nothing wrong. So these are obviously the mods in Miss Letitia's defense, because at this time, this is when Without a Crystal Ball started talking about Ms. Letitia, calling her an egg donor, saying that Justice for Vaughn is a scam, all of these types of things. So I think that they just wanted to reach out to this lady, Judy, and just give her some transparency, which is very noble of them. So this is what the lady responded back. Okay, I'm satisfied now. Thank you. I will cancel my request. Thank you. You guys see that right there? Okay, I'm satisfied. Thank you. I will cancel my request. Thank you. So her request was canceled. Hold on. I'll bring up something else here. Why is that coming up on there? Okay. So yes, she canceled her request. So here it says, hey, I needed to get a good nap in about them 500. The lady's name is Judy. She has been harassing me and the ladies from the Justice for Vaughn group for weeks about transparency. She donated, then requested it back once. She got her answer. She canceled the request. Then when Katie requested her refund, Judy decided to do it again, and that's when I spoke with her by text. And it says, Katie requested her refund. Judy decided to do it again, and that's when I spoke by text with her. Here is some screenshots of everything. I hope they are in order. She canceled the request herself, not me. But the second time, I did decline her request because she said it was for a lawyer, and that's what I spent it on. Another of the threats I ignored, but I'm not going to keep getting bullied and threatened. So I think that sums it up right there, you guys. What this lady's intentions were. As soon she was fine, the mods gave this lady transparency. Okay. My only thing is, yes, you should be transparent, but I think it's very ignorant to just put somebody on the spot and just ask them, how much have you gotten from all of the donations? To me, I just don't think that that's appropriate to do. Yes, you have a right to know, but I don't think it's appropriate to just come out and ask somebody like that. I just think it's rude, in my opinion. There's many of ways that you can find out. You can look for yourself. You can, Molly and Justin, they do live streams. They're very transparent, I'm sure. So I just don't think that that was right of her to do something like that. But once Without a Crystal Ball asked for her refund, then that's when the lady asked for the refund the second time. So I think you guys understand what's going on here and why this lady asked for her money back once, and then she chose to cancel it because she talked to the mods. Everything was cool. And then Without a Crystal Ball started her bullshit and asked for a refund. And then she decided to follow suit, which is what Without a Crystal Ball did. So she decided to do it. It's a mess. It's a mess. And it doesn't have to be this way. Because at the end of the day, that is what Justice for Vaughn is for. And if you think that justice is going to happen by the snap of your fingers, that's not the way the justice system works. It's just not. I've heard a lot of people say that this is not a case, it's not a case. In my opinion, initially it's going to come out of my mouth, it's a case. I think it's a case, and I'll call it a case if I want to call it a case. And if you want to call it something different, you can call it something different. But that is what this is for. And like I have said, and I will continue to say, and I talked about this on my members only live stream of critical thinking, and I said this very, very clearly. For those of you that feel very bad for Andrea and some of the things that she has done, and you may think, people are treating her unfairly, and I've heard a lot of people say that, and that's why I talked about it in my members only live stream. But here's what I'm going to say. Do you feel bad for Vaughn? Ask yourself that question before you have empathy for this woman who put her life out there to the public of her own free will. She did this on her own. She chose to make her life public. So you tell me, when you observe and you watch the things that you watch, tell me again how bad you feel for Dre McCray. Hold on. Judy likes the drama just like Without a Crystal Ball. They're perfect for each other. It sounds like that. I have a screenshot of one of KJ's posts where she posted a meme and it said request refund. So she's not even just hinting to it. She's flat out saying it. And it is. It's very disgusting. That is disgusting. Okay? Like I said, she's inciting chaos. She's inciting hate to her audience, in my opinion. You get a case, you get a case. Cases for everyone. I like that objection trickery. Okay, so the last thing that I'm going to show, hold on. Hold on for a second. Mm, 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 mm.
Hello. I'm not going to be on here for very long. I just put my son to bed. It's a Saturday night. I don't love. Hello. I don't have a ton to speak about, but there's just been so much ridiculousness happening that I just like to come on and try to address things. I don't like to make
Ridiculous caused by you without a crystal ball. You done caused all of this shit. All of it.
my pages about drama. I don't like to make my page about responding to my personal drama or to attacks on like myself and responding to people attacking me. Listen, I am keenly aware that in my job, it's all about like if you put yourself out there, people have a right to speak about you and have a right to say whatever they want to say, and never going to prevent someone from saying anything that they want to say about me. I also have nothing to hide in my background. Like people keep saying to me, like, well, what about your personal history or your criminal record? I don't have a criminal record other than a DUI from 2003, which I'm totally honest about. Haven't had a ticket since. It's been almost 20 years. And that is not relevant to me reporting at all. In the case of this situation, criminal records matter. And a lot of the cases I cover, criminal history matters. And a part of my job is I evaluate and look at public records.
First of all, this is fair use, and I'm doing commentary under fair use. Okay? Second of all, I'm going to go ahead and say without a crystal ball, no. Your past criminal record doesn't matter if you're changing for the better. It's very simple. I'm not saying this to go against you because what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. This is not me because if you're right, no matter how much I don't like you, I'm still always going to stand up for what's right regardless, because that's just me. And what I will say is that you're wrong. Yes, people do have criminal records. Some people do, some people don't. But at the end of the day, that does not matter if you're trying to live your life for the better. If you're trying to function in this world of chaos, which can be very, very hard at times, and you have a past, your past should not always be brought up when you're trying to change. That's just my opinion. Now, everybody has their own opinions, and that's fine. But to me, You judge people on their past way too harshly, and you don't have a right to, because at the end of the day, you have admitted that you had a DUI. What if you would have taken someone out with your car? Anything could have happened. It's okay for you to walk around judging people for their past, but when people do it to you, you're sending them cease and desists.
Because when you're reporting on something, unless it's a documented, reported police report or a court record or a judgment or a filing, a lot of the other, or a property deed, I mean, that's factual information that you can present. That's a receipt you can show. So looking for that information in any story is important. And why a lot of times in criminal cases, people don't cover cases until there's criminal charges, until there's an arrest, until there's a warrant, until there's literally something that's provable. So getting attacked for the way that I report is nothing new, and having a hate group that follows me and stalks me and harasses me is also not new. This has been going on for as long as I've been on YouTube. And what I'm trying to put out.
Why do you feel the need to explain yourself and your actions without a crystal ball? If, I've always said that if you think that you're doing the right things, you don't have to explain yourself. And people usually don't feel the need to explain themselves when they know that they're doing right by others, right? You don't have a hate group without a crystal ball. I know that you would like to think that you have a hate group, but at the end of the day, you don't have a hate group. You have a large group of creators here on YouTube that do not like your behavior, that have witnessed your behavior, that have witnessed the things that you have done, and they're just commentating on it and giving their opinion, and they have every right to. It's not a hate group, okay? There may be some that may say some nasty, vile things about you. I'm not one of them. But accusing people of being a hate group just because they call you out on your bullshit is a deflection on your part. That's all that is. That is you deflecting and trying to make it seem as though everyone just hates on you for no reason. And that's not accurate. People make others aware of your behavior with hopes to save others from you hurting them the way that you've hurt countless people. That's why I feel like people do what they do when it comes to you. But I don't consider people that call you out on your actions and your behavior, that's not a hate group. Okay? Like I said, there's always the ones in a bunch that may do some vile things. Okay? But for the most part, most of the people who call you out are just creators trying to bring awareness. That's it. And you calling them hate groups is a deflection. It's you trying to paint an image so your followers, your supporters will never listen to what others say. That's all that is.
Today is to show you guys that the players in the story that you're looking at are people that have been harassing me for years. And I've made mistakes with Leslie going back 3 years ago. And Leslie and I have literally had the same conversation a million different ways, but she never stops attacking me. And I don't address it on my channel.
But you see, you're the one who always attacks LB without a crystal ball. You attack LB anytime LB tells her story that she experienced with you, which she's entitled to share with people her experience with you. And whenever she shares her experience, you look at that, which you really don't. Deep down, you don't look at that as an attack because it's the truth and you know it's the truth. And you try to stop people's voice. Okay? You try to brainwash people. You try to brainwash your supporters, but you try to stop people from telling and speaking their truth when it comes to you. And when they speak their truth, you try to discredit them. And it's very, very blatantly obvious. The things that you've done and the mistakes that you've made in the past, people would never talk about that if you didn't continue to do the same thing. Okay? People wouldn't talk about you like this if you would just stop hurting people. But I don't think you can. And you won't. Because I really do think it gives you pleasure to give others pain.
And I don't ever rarely even talk about her. So when I see that her moderators are harassing my
No, you talk about LB when LB tells her story. That's when you start talking about her because you don't want LB to tell her story. That's all it is. You want to stop her from using her voice, and you can't do that. People aren't afraid of you. They can talk about their experience with you, just like you run around talking about your experience with others. And the majority of it is lies, in my opinion.
followers, I'm going to say something because, first of all, it's just really low for anyone to be contacting anyone's followers, spamming them, and trying to direct people away from another creator. All of our creators are adults, or all of our followers are usually adults, and they have the right to make their own decisions on who they follow. And if they don't want to follow someone based on someone else's reporting of them, that's, everyone's an adult and they can make a decision on who they like and who they don't like, right? My putting out the email from CC Suarez, which was really weird because I guess yesterday she was on a live and she's in with Charlotte on the web. And so Charlotte on the web, if you're not clear with her.
You see, this is what you had to do for 26 minutes. You had to come on here and give people kind of beat CC to the punch, basically. That's what I say. Because how do you know that Charlotte and CC are in with one another? How do you know that? You don't. You're totally clueless. What? Why? Because you may have seen CC and Charlotte's chat. So that means that they're in with each other and they're trying to plot and scheme against you? No. That's just your ignorant paranoia without a crystal ball. Just because she's in Charlotte's chat doesn't mean anything. I think a lot of people who watch you want to talk about what they see because it's almost shocking in a lot of ways. The things that you do, the way that you try to deflect, the way you try to cause diversion, the way that you incite chaos. You bully people at their most vulnerable time, all of those types of things. People want to talk about it. They do. I know that from my experience from watching you, I had to talk about it because I blatantly watched you manipulate and brainwash and gaslight people. And it's annoying to watch. It's upsetting to watch, especially this time. After everything that you've done to Miss Letitia and her family and how you've pulled up their records and you even pulled up Molly's past records and all of these things, people want to talk about it. They want to bring awareness about it. They want to let it out. You bring it on yourself.
Clear about her is a creator that has dedicated almost her entire channel to exposing me and has dug into almost every aspect of my life. And listen, I've never tried to sue her. I've never struck her channel. I've never done anything. Mostly I ignore Charlotte because Charlotte puts out information about me that's 100% false, almost 99% of the time, and feeds into wild conspiracies about me. Her channel has been built on truly just false information about me. And
no, yeah, her channel is definitely dedicated to bringing awareness about you. I know that's what you don't want to call it without a crystal ball, but that's what it is. It's just bringing awareness. Exactly what this channel is going to do. My channel, me. Make people aware of your actions and use your own words and behavior against you, because you can't fight that. No matter how hard you try, you can't fight something that you've said. You try because you're delusional, in my opinion. But when you say something, how do you argue that? You know, I mean, Amber Heard tried to. You see where she ended up. Let's continue.
And so I'm told that Cece is like Charlotte. And so she's going to now expose me, and she's sending me things of claims from 3+ years ago. So if you've got someone that you've had.
She's sending you claims from 3+ years ago, huh? But it's okay for you to bring up people's past from 10 years ago, 15 years ago, a year ago. You can bring up other people's past, but they can't bring up yours from 3 years ago? Can they bring up your past from yesterday? Or no? Have a stadium full of seats.
Following you around for years, and it's a group of people, and they find new creators every 5 months to expose you based on the same false information. You would maybe be a little bit irritated when someone is fed the same false information over and over and over again, and you're like, listen, I didn't have a.
First of all, nobody came to me and asked me to talk about you. I literally started my channel. Not my channel, but started a commentary because of you. And I'm going to keep saying that over and over and over again, because I think that is very impactful, because starting a channel, you know, with me doing makeup and all that kind of stuff, and somebody can make you so enraged that you want to actually talk about it and add commentary to your channel. Like, that should show you and give you some kind of indication the type of woman that she is. But nobody came to me. I did that all on my own. And even when I had to take a break, you know, even when I just, it becomes toxic. But that was in the beginning of me being with YouTube. I think you gain very, very, and I've always had tough skin, but you start to gain even more thick skin the longer you're here on YouTube, because you deal with a lot of shit and you get screwed over by a lot of people, especially if you're a good person. So therefore, there's, even when I took the 6 months to a year where I still watched you from time to time, but I never immersed myself into the things that you do and paying attention to it. And when I did, you literally, like I said, had 2 lawsuits and still doing the same things that you had always done, but even worse, in my opinion, slandering more people, hurting more people. And it's literally, definitely showed your true colors with this case right here. You really, really showed your ass with this case to me. It was a reality check, and not just to me, but for so many people. So I think with you, you have to understand that there's not a hate group trying to go find other creators to talk about you. I think creators just want to talk about you on their own. You know, that's what it is. And then I decided, okay, let me do some research. When I chose to start paying attention to you again, I'm like, let me do some research. And then that's when I chose to do a video. And then this case happened, and I'm like watching you and the way that you treat people, even the way that you treated Molly and Justice for All in the beginning. I'm like, I'm going to cover her coverage on this case because you sensationalize everything, every case that you touch, everything. So, no one's recruiting creators. Creators are talking about you on their own.
Problem with you, Cece. I don't even know who you are really. I've seen a couple of her videos on MLMs, and I saw that she had done some videos on Andrea. But beyond that, I don't subscribe to her. I don't follow her. I've never seen her, like until today, I had never seen her Instagram. Like, I don't interact with people. And when I'm told by multiple people that she's active on Reddits that are hate Reddits against me, she's actively collaborating with or talking to creators that have twisted information about me for years.
Katie, I'm not even on Reddit at all. As a matter of fact, I got to get on Reddit tomorrow. I'm not on Reddit, but you keep talking about just trying to discredit people, talking about all these hate groups. And there's a hate group on Reddit. There's a hate group on Twitter. There's a hate group here. These are not hate groups. But keep trying to twist that narrative there. Keep lying about that because that's just not true. And you know it.
That tells me that there's no interest in her reaching out to me for anything of truth. And the fact that she's sending me an email with claims that are provably false, and if she just did a minute amount of research, she would know it was false. It's just highly unprofessional to email someone a false claim and ask them to comment on it. Her job as a reporter would be.
First of all, not everybody claims to be a reporter like you without a crystal ball, for one. And for two, I think that it was highly, highly professional that she contacted you and gave you a chance to respond while she's making her video, because I would never do that. Sorry, because I know that these claims about you aren't false because I watched it happen right in front of my eyes. I'm sorry that you're delusional, in my opinion, and that you can't see and you're very unaware. You have no self-awareness at all. So you're very unaware of all the things that you've done. But I've watched you do it all. I've watched you when you made defamatory comments about Tati and her husband. I've watched, we all have watched you do the things that you do. And it's like you literally deny it. And it is appalling to me. It's appalling that you can sit here and lie about things that have came out of your mouth.
To verify if the claim is true, first and foremost, before you present that information to the subject. Because the claim, several of the claims she's said to me are just provably false. Like if she wants to see my dashboard and sees how little I actually strike people, have at it. She can have access to my dashboard. I literally rarely ever strike anyone.
Whoops, sorry, you guys. I disagree with you, Carrie Alfaro. Alfaro? Sorry if I'm butchering your last name, but I disagree with you. Okay? YouTube is petty and childish. Nobody's being 100% real. Tit for tat, maliciousness, commentary from all aspects and corners of social media. And this is getting out of control. I disagree, Carrie. Are you a creator? Because I can tell you what, right now, people are allowed to have commentary channels and commentate on people like Without a Crystal Ball and bring awareness on people like Without a Crystal Ball. And if you don't like it, you probably shouldn't watch. It's actually very simple. Very, very simple. And Teaya old for this. And Teaya, I'm too old for this nonsense. He said, she said, that I said, you said, blah, 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 blah. Facebook is so corny. I agree. Facebook is. But in the same sense, it's not even a tit for tat. It's not even a he said, she said. She's saying it right in front of you. She's doing these things right in front of our faces. Then why does she delete the stuff on her pages and YouTube? She's conniving and manipulative. I agree 100%, Queen. Like, why delete it? If you have nothing to hide, why delete it? This is much more than he said, she said. It's someone's life. Absolutely, obviously dreadful. You're 100% correct. Let's continue.
Ever. Because I just don't care. If I struck people, I would be striking Charlotte like every day, and I don't. I would be striking all these creators that talk about me, and I never do. I hardly ever respond to them because I don't care. I just don't like that every time a news story pops up, instead of the focus being on what we're covering, people in this hate group turn it around on me. And all I'm trying to do is tell you guys, like, listen, you can like who you want to like, but this is the history I have with these people, and this is why they're saying what they're saying about me. And they haven't been truthful. Like, Leslie will consistently say, oh, you pulled her financials, or you did this, or you did that. Leslie's done more to me than I can even care to explain, and done so much more to me that has been so false and off the wall that it's like, you pulled her financials. I only looked into her bankruptcy and lawsuits after the fact that she falsely accused me of child abuse and was going publicly with.
Do you have proof of that Without a Crystal Ball? Do you have proof that LB said these things about you? Because I can almost guarantee you that LB has proof that you pulled her financials. I mean, obviously you're admitting it. But at the end of the day, I don't ever remember, and I remember when that went down, I don't ever remember LB ever saying anything like that about you. And you pulling her financials, since when does two wrongs make a right?
With all of these false allegations against me, and we had been working together, and I'm like, why is she having a fundraiser, and is there a financial motive here? And I found the bankruptcy, and I said,
there you go. Your history. Once again, you always try to rewrite history, but all you do is do the same things over and over and over again, pulling up people's financials and trying to call them out and call them a fraud and coinciding one thing with the other. And that's what you do. Always worried about everybody else instead of worrying about your damn self. That's what you need to worry about. If you spent more time worrying about yourself, Katie, than versus worrying about other people and what they're doing when it comes to money or whatever, maybe you would be a better person. I doubt it, but maybe you would. That's just my opinion.
She has a bankruptcy, and that turned into you dug into my financials. No, I literally saw that you were going in a bankruptcy. That was it. And then when her police arrest was posted online, literally online, then it was, I'm digging into her police records. But yet this is a woman that has posted and talked about my rape. She's discussed my rape allegations, and she says, and she's accused me of lying. She has gone as far as to published every lawsuit that's ever been filed against me. She has accused me of child abuse. She has falsely accused me of planting drugs in her car. She's falsely accused me of setting her up for being arrested, which the charges were later dropped. She falsely accuses me of just about anything, where I'm telling you to the point that we used to have a joke on my channel that if something bad happens in Leslie's life, she would find a way to accuse me. I live in Minnesota. She lives in Louisiana. I've never met the woman in my life, and I would have, like, it would be impossible for me to plant drugs in her car. She, right before Christmas in 2019, she went live and told people that I struck her channel, and I didn't. I never struck her channel. I literally woke up to a shitstorm because overnight, in the middle of the night, she went live and accused me of having Munchausen's by proxy, which is accusing someone of child abuse. I don't have Munchausen's by proxy.
Munchausen by proxy, it is a form of abuse, but it's a sickness. That's what it is. And, I think LB, excuse me, is entitled to her opinion, and that's her opinion of you. I don't think she's trying to diagnose you or anything like that, but Munchausen by proxy is a sickness. So why not just say Munchausen by proxy instead of saying CA? I don't understand. That's just you trying to discredit her. And who pulls somebody's financials? And you're trying to find every justification for that. There's no excuse for that. There is no excuse for pulling her financials, finding out that she filed for bankruptcy along with 50% of America, probably more. I don't know the statistics, but it's a lot. Okay? So what gives you the right to pull up her financials? It doesn't. It doesn't give you a right. It's because you're a mean person and you don't know the mindset that LB was in when she was going through bankruptcy. That could have been really hard for her. That's the problem with you without a crystal ball. You don't care what anybody is going through. You don't care. You will hurt anybody.
My child is not being abused. And a lot of people reported her channel, and YouTube took the video down for community guidelines. And then privately, Leslie admitted to me that she deserved the strike. And I have put out those text messages a million times. I have put out all of our conversations, which show that Leslie has used her moderators to
Do you guys see the patterns here? Anybody who is a supporter without a crystal ball that may be watching, do you see the patterns? Every private conversation that she has with someone always goes public. Always. She just said she put out their conversation. That was private. Nothing is confidential with her. Nothing is private. So I tell you again, Dre's ex-husband and his wife, especially, when people tell you to be careful with her without a crystal ball, Katie, they're not lying. They're telling you this for a reason, because nothing is private with her.
contact people that are connected to me to turn them against me. I have put out all of this, and none of this is stuff that I do to her. I don't care about Leslie, and I've asked her to move on. We've had so many conversations privately where everything is fine, and she agrees to let it go, and then she turns around and comes for me whenever she can make money. So Charlotte has no motive to actually be honest about me because she makes money on my name. Leslie has no motive to be honest about me because her channel has been built on haters of mine. And so she will say anything about me because it makes her money.
Your channel is built on haters of the Duggars, and that's what makes you money. Same thing. Quit being a hypocrite. Quit contradicting yourself. You don't get to talk about other people's channels. Okay? Because I don't think anybody really hates you. They just strongly dislike you because of the things that they've watched you do, the horrible, evil things that they've watched you do. But your channel is based on the Duggars. Your content is majority the Duggars. And there are haters of the Duggars in your chat, or people who dislike the Duggars, and you make money off of it. So you don't get to complain about Charlotte or anyone else.
I don't care. I don't care if she makes $1 million on me. None of these videos that any of these people have made have stopped my channel from growing, have stopped me from continuing with my business, and have stopped this platform from being taken down, no matter how hard they try. And I don't like to play these games of back and forth. So when someone says to me, well, you said that Charlotte was arrested and lost her kids and she's on probation and she's a felon. Yeah, she is. That's all true. And Charlotte has dug into every facet of my life. So what everyone says to me, Katie, what goes around comes around. It's true. Charlotte, what goes around comes around. So if you're going to accuse me of abuse, neglect of my children, and you lost custody of your own kids,
it wouldn't matter, regardless of whether the situation is you're projecting. Like it wouldn't matter if Scarlett didn't do anything to you at all. She could have did one video on you without a crystal ball, and you would have pulled that up and used it against her. And since when are you the server of karma? Two wrongs don't make a right. And I'm going to make that very clear, even though I'm sure you're that person because you don't believe in God or anything, which that must really suck to not have any kinds of belief in anything. But what I will say is that it wouldn't have mattered how many videos Scarlett did about you. You still would have done that. And you're talking about karma, right? Who told you that you are supposed to serve karma upon people? Just because Scarlett does something to you doesn't mean you got to do it to her. And I don't believe that she has brought up every aspect of your life. Why? Because she has commentated on your videos? Is that every aspect of your life? No.
And you have a felony and you're on probation right now related to that, like, dude, glass houses. Charlotte plays a very good game on YouTube and plays the victim and like acts like everyone's doxing her when they talk about her life. But then when she goes on her channel, she has no problem. She's talked about my rape. She's talked about all these things, police records, every court document related to me. She's all put that out there. I haven't put anything other than she's a felon that's on probation, and they're here. You can look her up on the Kentucky parole board. She's like listed as an offender. That's her life, not mine. So why is someone who has that on her history criticizing my life, where I've never been accused legitimately of child abuse? I've never lost my child.
You don't get to pass judgments excuse me, on anyone without a crystal ball. You don't get to do that, because of it doesn't matter how people's past is. Just like the best mama bear says, and Charlotte said, her kids are in their 30s now, so this was in her past. Didn't KJ say that her DUI was like 20 years ago? Exactly. You're the one who needs to refer to people in glass houses, shouldn't throw stones, because you literally have a past just like everyone else. But you don't want your past used against you, but you want to use everyone else's past against them, including somebody filing bankruptcy. It doesn't work that way. And just because you're judgmental and judge people because of their past and the mistakes that they've made doesn't mean that everyone else is like that. But since you want to pass judgment on people, well, people are going to pass judgment on you. Exactly. I don't ever remember Charlotte talking about your essay. I don't ever remember anybody ever talking about that. You're lying to discredit her once again.
Never had anything related to children neglect, period. But then she consistently accuses me of child neglect on her channel.
And just to let you know, Miss Smarty Pants, just because, do you know how many parents that are out there that haven't been prosecuted or, caught, so to speak, for being abusive to their children? There are parents who are. That doesn't mean that they get caught, though, right? And I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying when you throw that out there, you should probably be careful. Just because you haven't been accused of it or prosecuted because of it doesn't mean it's not happening. And that's just my opinion. And I'm not saying no one knows what happens behind closed doors, but if you're going to keep passing judgment on people, people are going to do the same to you. And just because you haven't been prosecuted of something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist and that you're not doing it. People get away with things every day, right? That's the sad reality of this world.
So, like, if you're going to come for me, like, I can respond and I will. If you're going to pull records on me, like, I'm a reporter, I can do that right back. That doesn't mean that I'm weapon.
You always pull records on people first, sweetheart. Okay, let's just be real here. You're fake. You always pull records on people first. You're the one who pulled Letitia and Marvin Sr. You pulled their records from the past. You pulled LB's financials. Okay, you pull everyone's records that you don't get along with, so you can use it against them, right? You pulled Charlotte's records. You're the one who is Miss Busybody pulling everybody's records, claiming to be a reporter. You're projecting, okay? And you're contradicting yourself. You're being a hypocrite. Okay, you pull records on people. And then most people, I don't even really think pull records on you, to be honest. I'm sure people could find your DUI picture or whatever if they wanted to.
Weaponizing my platform against you. The same people that cry that I've done this to them are doing it to me. It's stupid. And I don't know why I'm even interesting. All I'm doing is making videos on the.
When a creator does a video about you, KJ, and they commentate on you and they give their opinion about you, that's not pulling up your past. That's them talking about your behavior and the shitty things that you do. Okay?
Duggars and sister wives 90% of the time, and talking about fundamentalism and cults, and letting people that have gone through religious trauma share their experiences, and providing information on predators that are in these religious cults. Like, none of that is bad reporting, none of that's wrong. Like, and they like to point out my lawsuits where I'm being literally sued by a man that was convicted of fraud, for defrauding and stealing $30 million from banks. He's facing 30 years in prison. And then they'll say, but his lawsuit against you has nothing to do with the federal charges. Yes, it has everything to do with the federal charges, because the alleged extortion, whatever that he's talking about in that lawsuit, was literally brought up in his federal case. And they provided email.
Slandering somebody has nothing to do with their criminal record or their criminal past or in the present. You slandered him, you said a lot of defamatory things about him, and it doesn't have anything to do with his case. It doesn't. Okay? You may not want to believe that, and you can keep telling yourself that story, but it's not true. And every single time you talk about lawsuits, because yes, people do bring that up, because it's pretty sad that you have had so many lawsuits and you still don't get it. You still don't get why. You're sitting here saying you're not that interesting. You're right, you're not. The only thing and the only reason why people make videos about you without a crystal ball is because of your behavior. That's it. And the way that you treat people. Period. But quit saying, you keep talking about what Todd Chrisley is facing. Okay, but it still has nothing to do with you slandering him. It doesn't. And every single time you talk about lawsuits, you never bring up 7M. Why is that? Because you know damn well they have a case. That's why. Because you said horrible things about them, like you do anybody else, everybody else that you encounter that you don't get along with. You say defamatory things and it blows up in your face. Period. People talk about you and make videos about you because of who you are as a person and the way that you treat people at their most vulnerable. And like I said, this time you really opened people's eyes. I didn't even think that you were capable of being so low that you have been with Miss Letitia and her family.
And evidence of FBI meetings about this incident in his federal case. It's all related to the federal case. And I was a witness in his case, was talking to me, and he wanted that information. So, no, like, why would I be scared of a convicted felon suing me over nothing? There's no claims to his case. It just has to get worked out and get dismissed or through a summary judgment thrown out. But he's being sentenced to prison in October, and he's facing 30 years. So no, I'm not worried about that. I'm also not worried about the other lawsuits. And they say it's multiple lawsuits, but it's not. It's one lawsuit, and it's all together, and they're all suing me at the same time. And again, not worried about it. Because again,
incorrect. It's 2 lawsuits. One with Todd Chrisley and the other is 7M. They're not joining together to file a lawsuit against you. And you keep it up. You never know. People might do a joint lawsuit against you because you can't keep slandering people and think you can get away with it. Keep it up. You can't continue to hurt people and think that it's okay. You can't slander people like that. You just can't. There's a difference, and you need to look up the definition of slander versus facts. People aren't lying on you when they're literally playing things that you've said that comes out of your mouth.
Everything was factually reported based on records, and there's proof for everything. So I'm not here to like deal with petty bullshit from YouTube from years ago, which has been dissected and discussed so much on YouTube, to the extent that like my followers, like every time they see a new creator covering this, they're like, what the hell are you doing? This is so old. This isn't even true. And so when someone like Cece reaches out to me and she's like, I just want to give you a chance to respond to this, things that she's asking me about, I've responded to a million times. And none of the things that she's accusing me of or the claims that I'm being accused of are true. And the fact that she wants to somehow tie me to the nonsense channel, What is the nonsense channel doing? The nonsense channel is actually trying to show people what they perceive to be as fraud related to the GoFundMe and all of the fundraising surrounding the Marvon McRae story. They're putting out their receipts, all the information that they have. I am not them, and I have nothing to do with them. But why would she care that I'm that? Is she not worried about what could be potential fraud in fundraising? Is this just a way to deflect away from the fact that that nonsense is doing something that she doesn't want them to do, and she doesn't?
Why would Cece care about that? She wouldn't. Now you're just making no sense. Why would Cece care about the fact of what they prove on this channel or what they don't? Cece messaged you very, very respectfully and gave you a chance to respond. Here's the thing. What don't you get? You can pull up people's past, but you don't want them pulling up your past. You keep saying people keep talking about my past that I've already addressed. Well, guess what? Welcome to the wonderful world of YouTube. People continue to talk about your past because of the present. So and your behavior hasn't changed. So people are going to keep talking about it. And it doesn't matter how many times you've addressed it. Everyone who walks into something new, everyone takes information at different times. Okay? Not everyone knows who you are. So some people come in and they're like, who's this without a crystal ball girl? And they do research and they learn something new about you. It may be old information to you, but it's new to them. And you can bring up people's past and talk about people's past and discuss people's past and talk about their criminal records. But you want people to stop talking about your past. Hypocrite much? Do you not see that? It's the lack of self-awareness that's the most interesting part about you without a crystal ball, because you have zero self-awareness at all. Like at all, in my opinion.
Doesn't want to look at what could be potentially fraudulent fundraising. I don't know. But I'm not the story here. And I'm not nonsense. And then she said, well, you need to make claims that you didn't make money on this story. Has she made money on this story? The last time I checked, she's a monetized YouTube channel.
Last time I checked, she's not throwing other people under the bus for making money for this story. Cece never said she didn't make money off of this story. Nice try with your deflection. She's not claiming the things that you're claiming. She's not walking around saying that a GoFundMe is fraudulent. Okay? And is, what did you say? Theft by deception. She's not walking around claiming these things. You are. You're the one who's walking around claiming that people are making money off this story, specifically Molly and Justin. Okay? Specifically Molly, because you always bring up her name. You are the one who's walking around making claims about money. But yet here you are, monetized on your Facebook, and got monetized on your Facebook with talking about this story. Cece never claimed that she didn't make money off of this story. You did, which is a lie. Okay? That's a lie. You're the one that's going around making claims and throwing people under the bus and talking about theft by deception and talking about fraud and calling other people, Ms. Letitia, you're saying that Justice for Vaughn is a fraud. So therefore, she is allowed to talk about how you say that you haven't made any money. You're the innocent one. You haven't made any money off of talking about this, which is a lie, in my opinion. Allegedly, in my opinion.
I've never said that my channel isn't monetized. I've said that repeatedly, that my channel is monetized. I've repeatedly said that I've got a monetized Facebook page. And I've also said that I've donated money to people, including the father, the ex-husband.
But yes, leave out the fact that you donated money to Miss Letitia but asked for it back.
Husband of Andrea McCrae. What I do on my platform is my business, just like her business, which is kindly and assertively.
And what Molly does on her platform is her business. What Justice for All do on their platform is his business. What LB does on her platform is her business. What I do on my platform is my business. What Cece does on her platform is her business. What Charlotte does on her platform is her business. If you want to talk about oh, it's your business and what you do on your platform is your business, well, leave other people alone and quit talking about them and their platform and focus on your own damn shit. How about that?
A business. You're not going to tell me that she's making these videos out of the kindness of her heart because she's making no money. That's not how YouTube works.
Let me tell you how YouTube works without a crystal ball. You start off as a creator, you make no money, you put in the effort, you make videos, you gain subscribers, you start gaining more supporters, more people starting to notice you, you work hard, you manifest. That's what happens here on YouTube, okay? Everyone has to work hard on their YouTube. And how do you start off? With passion, okay? With a goal. You start off getting paid, or you start off not getting paid. You start off with a passion and working hard, not making a fucking dime, okay? Nothing. You invest in computers and ring lights and cameras and everything to try to be presentable to your audience. You invest in yourself and you don't get paid. Yes, everyone does this out of the kindness of their hearts. They have a passion about something and they talk about it and they share it. They get on here, which is very courageable, in my opinion, when you start a YouTube channel, because it's not easy, especially going live. You make videos, that's not easy. Everyone starts off on YouTube with a passion. And you hope that people see that passion and they see your talent and they believe in you the way that you believe in yourself. Everyone does this out of the kindness of their heart. And then you start to see a little bit of a profit. You are the only one on here, maybe not the only one. I could be over dramatizing a little bit, but I'm talking about you specifically. You're the only one who can sit here and say that people don't do things out of the kindness of their heart. Because that's the way you think without a crystal ball. That's what you do. Not everybody is like you. You don't care about other people or their feelings. And you'll step on anyone to get to where you want to be. But not everybody does that. A lot of people do this from the kindness of their heart. A lot of people do. Because they're passionate about something. Period. You're always talking about, they're not doing this out of the kindness of their heart. They're not doing this. No, you're just selfish without a crystal ball. That's all. You started off doing this as a passion, right? And somewhere along the lines, I don't know what happened with you. But not everybody turns out like you. Yes, people, once they start building an audience, and when you build an audience, it's because you work hard. And it's even harder for Black creators here on YouTube. But you put in the work, and then you start seeing a profit. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. But at the end of the day, She's talking about MLM companies and things like that because she's passionate about it. It's something she feels strongly about. It's very hard to show your talents on something that you're not passionate about. You have to have passion and drive, right? A gift.
Works. Everyone on YouTube that's doing this for their full-time job, this is a job. It's not a hobby. And that this is a LLC business for me.
Well, see, that's the problem with you without a crystal ball. Somewhere along the line, you look at this as a job and not a passion. That's the problem. Here on YouTube, this is not a guaranteed anything. You could wake up tomorrow and your channel could be gone. I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but you never know. This is not a guaranteed income for anybody here on YouTube. I'm sorry, but it's not. You don't know what's going to happen, especially with YouTube starting to get like taken over by celebrities and everything like that. But the point is that YouTube is not guaranteed for anybody. And you may think it is, but it's not. No matter where I get on YouTube, this is always going to be my passion. Because if you lose your passion, then it's not fun anymore. When you do something you're passionate about, you never have to work a day in your life. So therefore, you're telling me that you started this just to keep in mind why you stepped on so many people to get to where you're at. You didn't start this because you had a passion. You started this because you wanted money. And that's where things start to blow up in your face.
So I'm not interested in this like petty back and forth. And I'm also not interested in responding to claims that are so old, so false, and so tired. It's ridiculous. And then at the very end, she's telling me, I want to know if you're connected to nonsense and I want to know about the money. It's obvious it has to do with this story. And it's obvious that there's something about the way that I'm covering this story that she doesn't like. And I don't know what that is, but it shouldn't matter. Everyone's entitled to have an opinion on a story. And I'm not going.
You're right. Everyone is entitled to have opinion on a story, but that's not what you're doing. That's the problem. You're not having an opinion on a story without a crystal ball. You are literally flipping narratives and attacking people and harassing the family who is literally going through a very traumatic time. Anyone would have a problem with that. Anyone who can see what you're doing is going to have a problem with that. Yes, you can have an opinion. Everyone knows everyone's entitled to their opinion. YouTube's full of fucking opinions. Opinions are like assholes, and you guys know the rest. But the point is that that's not what you're doing. You're accusing people of crimes. You completely tried to flip the narrative on this story and victimizing a man who is laying in a hospital bed fighting for his life. You're attacking Miss Letitia, her family. You're so tired of people bringing up your past. Imagine how people feel who have criminal records from the past and have to explain themselves over and over and over again. You're not the only one, sweetheart. And if you're not interested in this, and if you don't care, then why are you even having a video right now? Thank you, Billy. Why are you even talking about this right now? Obviously, you care. It's apparent that you care.
Going to come for her and say like, well, you did this, and this, because I frankly don't care. I don't know anything about this girl at all. But the fact that she's talking to Charlotte, that's weird. And if you're using Charlotte as your source, if you're using Leslie,
there you go, making claims again with absolutely no proof, no facts to back it up. You don't know if Cece and Charlotte are talking. You're going off of looking in Charlotte's chat. That's it.
Bass is your source. If you're using Steve McRae, if you're using Augie, if you're using any of those hate channels, the subreddit, all of that's false. I want to tell you something. Todd Chrisley used those same people as sources. And you know what just happened this week? His podcast company pulled down every single podcast he made about me. Because the information he disseminated on his podcast about me was false and defamatory. Every episode that he has made where he talks about me on his podcast, gone. And if it hasn't been removed, it's in the process. Not allowed to talk about me ever again on his podcast. So here's the deal. Like, people keep saying, like,
I don't believe for 1 second that that's true. And if it is, prove it. Because I don't believe a word that comes out of your mouth. And I'm sure Cece doesn't either.
He used those exact same sources. He used the subreddit. He got information from Steve. He got information from Leslie. He got information from all these haters. And all of these same people, mind you, I'm suing Todd Chrisley for defamation. All of those same people that provided him information. Yesterday, in a letter to his attorneys, we requested all of the communication between Todd Chrisley and all creators that he spoke to about me. So if you were a creator and you spoke,
again, prove it. I don't believe anything that you're saying right now. And guess what? He sued you first. Okay? Because of your slander against him.
to Todd Chrisley and you provided him information about me that led to the defamatory content that he made, your communications will be given to us because we've asked for that in discovery. So if you're doing this and you're actively sending him things, we'll find out. And then we'll know who's doing this and sending this to other creators. It's not like so much of the crap you guys are telling me.
So is this your way of threatening other creators that may or may not be talking to Todd Chrisley? Are you threatening them and telling them that you're going to know if they're having any communications with them to stop their voice? Where's the receipts for that? Because I don't believe you. And I'm pretty sure everybody in this chat doesn't believe you either. We all know that there's discovery when it comes to any, when you're in court, there's always discovery. However, you can sit there and say that with no proof to back it up. That's a threat. Trying to get other creators not to speak. But here's a reality check for you without a crystal ball. No one is afraid of you, and they don't care. There you go.
These people is easily provable, and you're finding people that are mad at me, and you're just ramping them up based on lies. And then you're supporting someone like Todd, who was just convicted of stealing $30 million from a bank. Multiple banks, by the way. And it's not even an allegation anymore. It's factual. It's factual in a court of law that he is a convicted felon and facing 30 years in prison for defrauding banks of $30 million and defrauding the U.S. government of taxes and defrauding, conspiracy to defraud the United States over his tax evasion. Everyone wants to call this a tax evasion case. No, Todd Chrisley stole $30 million from banks. That's why he's going to prison. And that's why he'll go to prison for more than a couple years. So that's it. I don't like, it's just going to be the repeat with Todd. So if people are going to keep regurgitating this stuff, that's why we're going to get the information. And the discovery letter that we sent is for every bit of communication he's had with any of you. And the fact that Cece is looking at the
Keep on making your fucking threats without a crystal ball. It's still not going to work. People are allowed to communicate with Todd Chrisley if they want to, and they're allowed to tell their side of the story. And you can't stop people from telling their side of the story. No one is afraid of you, so you might as well just save your breath. Thank you, Michelle, again. That's so sweet. Just letting you know you are appreciated. Waiting on live to end, baby girl. Remember, no matter who you are, everyone has a breaking point. No matter their wrongs can be the biggest POS, but it's emotionally damaging. 800 suicide. Thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate you. You're absolutely beautiful, and this means a lot to me. So thank you, sweetheart. Yet somehow it's okay when she uses all kinds of goofy sources for the Duggars. Exactly. She don't like it when it's being done to her. You're threatening other creators, in my opinion. Okay? Other creators, if they are, in communication with Todd, there's nothing you can do about that. You can't stop people from telling their story and using their voice. You mean to tell me that you haven't spoken with people who are tied to Todd Chrisley? I'm sure you have. Thank you, Without a Crystal Ball versus Without a Crystal Ball. Welcome. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Tori says at the end of the day, she isn't understanding that people are disgusted by her actions with Vaughn's family. Yes, she's got a terrible track record, but the scale of this fallout is due to her own actions. Exactly. You brought attention to yourself Without a Crystal Ball a lot. Like the things that you've been doing regarding this case, this story, whatever it is that you want to call it, you have brought so much attention to yourself, but the things that you've done, guess what? People are outraged because of it. People can see it blatantly.
same crap and talking about the same shit. I know she's talking to the same exact people. And that's why I told her that my lawyer would be in touch with her. I don't have any interest in suing her. I just need her to know who she's dealing with. And
you're acting like this is like some huge deal. This is a creator that's doing a video about you. Get over it. Like, you can't stop creators from doing videos about you. Be appreciative of the fact that she even reached out to you. Okay? Like, you're making a big deal as if this is something new. Don't act brand new. Miss me with that. Quit trying to act like this is a huge deal. So now your attorney has to reach out to her on your behalf. Are you serious?
I'm not like, I didn't care about Todd Chrisley until he got arrested. I don't cover people that aren't doing bad. Like, I don't cover people for the sake of covering people. I don't go into like business to expose people. Like, I cover reality television. I cover a cult. And I cover Sister Wives, which is also a cult. Like, people that are doing legitimately bad things to people. Oh, that filter is crazy. I just realized I had a filter on that whole time. Okay. I look like a fool.
Go ahead. Block all the people that are telling you that you look like a fool, which you do. Sorry, that's just my opinion. Block, block, block. Right, Camilla?
No, you're lying about Leslie. Leslie's covered every lawsuit. She's contacted Todd Chrisley. She's attempted to interfere in every part of my life. Well, if Stacey knows her rights, then she should know that she shouldn't be involved in the people that she's involved with.
You can't stop people from being involved with other people. Like, the fuck? People can talk to whoever they want to, and there's nothing you can do about it. You don't have any power without a crystal ball. Get that through your head.
Charlotte says is true, and not everything that Cece says is true. And I always clarify if I have an opinion. So,
Everyone's laughing at me. Well, that's good. I actually have a lot of supporters.
You're losing a lot of supporters, okay? Get that through your head. You have really showed yourself with this case, and people are disgusted with you. Right. It's your fault. You brought it on yourself. Go ahead, keep blocking people, but people do really see you for who you truly are. So blame it on yourself. You have nobody else to blame but yourself.
Todd's phone number and called his phone number. Goodbye.
Bye.
Leslie Bass was on a live stream asking for Todd's phone number and called his phone number. Leslie Bass and her moderators have reported me for a lot of different things that I haven't done. It's really not funny. And one of the people that got involved with this hate group was arrested for stalking.
I suppose you're talking about Nat or whoever. And I don't agree with a lot of the things that Nat did. There's a huge story behind that, and we will discuss that one day. But regardless, you don't like it when people laugh at you, do you? But look at all the damage that you've caused. Look at all the people that you have hurt without a crystal ball. Thank you, Nicole85, for the super sticker. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. That means so much. Thank you so much, sweetie. Get mad because people are starting to see your bullshit. I'd be mad too.
I didn't say there was a ruling that Todd can't talk about you. I said that his podcast company removed all podcasts about me. And my name can't be talked about on his podcast anymore.
I don't believe you until you show proof of that.
Some of you guys I've never even seen before.
So?
Okay. Good night.
Bye. Have a great night. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm going to let Goose come up for a few minutes, and then we're going to wrap this up. You guys are absolutely amazing, and I appreciate you guys so much for being so respectful in chat and just being amazing. Like, you guys are amazing. You know, that's all I can say about you guys. You guys are amazing. That's it. You guys always brighten my night, brighten the stars, and we always have great conversation. And you guys really are just amazing. He's so obsessed with. She's so obsessed with Molly. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I really appreciate these talks about the situation and this very destructive person. And I love the late night chats. Please have more if you can. Absolutely. You're amazing. Keep that foot. Thank you, Mrs. Shelley. Oh, thank you, Objection Trickery. I love you. Thank you, E. Actually, this is very where I can put some of my, this is the real color of my hair. So this is where I can put the real color in there or pull out. Yeah, it's a different kind of story. Thank you, Sparkle. Thank you, Camilla. You guys are amazing. That's all I can say. She tries to tie everyone to Nat. Nat was arrested for threatening an attorney and sending CP to several creators. She wasn't arrested for stalking KJ. Thank you for clarifying that, Billy. That's a story that I do want to talk about, though. So anybody has any information about that story, please send it to me, because that's more or less what I left. People were still telling me about it, but I wasn't into the story. So I really don't know too much about that. I just remember that it was bad. Oh, I love you, Jersey girl. Thank you. Is Jersey, is it Cheryl? Jersey Cheryl? Hopefully I'm right. Hey, Goose.
Hey,
Goose?
sorry.
Oh, okay.
I hit the mute.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh my gosh, so did anybody catch when she said it's Saturday night, I hate, and then she stopped herself? When she mentioned that it was Saturday night, she either said it, like right afterwards, she just said, I hate, like, she was like, the way she said it, she was like, she said, let me see here, hold on, I took my notes. And she was like, yeah, she's like, Saturday night, okay. So Saturday nights are the only night that she actually has to take care of her son and give him a bath and put him to sleep. Oh. And so I thought that was just really like ugly for her to say that and to look like so stressed out. And I mean, in my opinion, I feel like she's extra stressed out because she's never had this many people tell her about herself at the same time. Yeah. It's always been like, you know, this one person, maybe two people, smaller channels, whatever. Now it's like everybody is just like, you know what, KJ, we're sick of your bullshit. And, you know, like, I mean, how many times is she gonna tell people about Todd Chrisley? Okay, Todd Chrisley did something really stupid and against the law and he got caught. Okay, great, get over it, KJ. Okay, just because people
to do with her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like she's like, oh, so and so has this record, so and so has this record, and then this and then that, and then, you know, I don't like to go back and forth with people, like, and I'm like, wait, what? The hypocrisy with her is ridiculous. The projection, what she, you know, accuses other people of doing, but she does the same thing. Then she deflects from stuff. Like, I think it's so funny because if people followed when Emily D. Baker covered like the Toddy case and then 7M stuff, one of the things that KJ was pissed and accused Emily D. Baker of was getting one of the filings from the cult. It hadn't even been filed yet. Well, it had been like, I believe it's called pocket filed, where in some places you don't have to serve it to the person yet. You can just file it with the courts and then serve them like as you go type of thing.
Yeah.
And so she had to eat her words. She apologized to Uncivil Law, which is another attorney who covered it. Didn't apologize to Emily D. Baker, of course, because she wouldn't do that. God forbid. She actually said, I'm sorry, but miss, I apologize all the time when I'm wrong. No, you don't.
Yeah.
And
right.
then she's like, Emily, she claims to be an attorney. She was a district attorney in LA for either a district attorney or assistant district attorney. But I mean, in LA, that's a big deal. Like anybody who's watched Emily D. Baker, I love her. I think she is so informative. She's so funny. She's makes sure that her chat stays extremely respectful. But yet KJ, because again, I think she has an issue with strong women. And the reason why is because I personally feel, in my opinion, that KJ is not a strong woman. I feel like she wants to be, but she isn't. She's also, I feel like she's extremely unhappy because let's face it, happy people don't go around trying to push people down. They're too busy trying to pull people up to their level. KJ goes around the internet and she's literally trying to like suck the life out of people and pull them down. Like, wait, get down here with me. Happy people don't do that. They just don't. But she said to Emily D. Baker, the biggest thing that she tried to complain about was, well, if she was really trying to cover the case like fairly or whatever, she would have asked for our side too. Like she would have contacted my attorney. Okay, well, last time I checked, she didn't check with like Johnny Depp's attorney or Amber Heard's attorney or Toddy Westbrook's attorney, or I've never seen her like contact somebody's attorney. She goes over the filings. That's what she does. And then she gives her input as an attorney and she says, well, this looks good, that looks good. Like then she'll joke around and be like, oh, this is some funny wording or, just all sorts of stuff like that. But yet now when Cece Suarez is going to cover something and she has enough respect for KJ, or at least she's trying to do it maybe like in an appropriate way or whatever people want to call it. So she reaches out to her and says, hey, just an FYI, I'm going to do this. Like, here's the stuff I'm going to talk about. If you'd like, I'd be more than happy to talk with you or whatever. And KJ's response is like, oh no, I'm not going to do that because, it's a hit piece on me. And, but yet when KJ does it, it's supposedly different. And then she's like, oh, it's false claims. And, she asked me to respond, but there's no reason to respond. What? Why is there no reason? If they're fake, debunk them.
Yeah.
But again, like she's deflecting because she can't debunk them. She knows that a lot of the stuff is true. And, then for her to say, you have to fact check things before you put stuff out. Really? Did you fact check when you said that Toddy's husband pulled the plug on his mom to try to get money? Like, right. Because last time I checked, you didn't talk to Toddy or her husband. You talked to an alleged source who you bus rolled later. And let's be honest, like, come on, you didn't settle because you thought you were going to win against Toddy, like you've said a couple times. You settled because you knew you were going to fucking lose. Anybody with a brain knows you don't settle with somebody if you either know you're going to win or your chances are really high of winning. You settle when your chances of winning are extremely low. She
knows she wasn't going to win.
Right.
She was not going to win that. She wasn't.
Right. And then one other thing that I just thought was weird that she said. So when she was talking about, first she's talking about LB, then she's talking about Charlotte, and she brings up her R story, her alleged R story, because I not to be rude to her, but I'm a survivor, and I just feel like the things that I read about that just didn't add up. So, in my opinion.
Hold on. She, Without a Crystal Ball versus Without a Crystal Ball, says she uses Todd to try and validate herself. She does the same with Sophie Long's story to boost her credibility and validate her reporting. And thank you so much for this super chat, Without a Crystal Ball versus Without a Crystal Ball. I really, really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead. But I agree with that 100%.
Yeah. And for those two that are looking, like if you're new to KJ or you're not wondering everything she's done, or, you're kind of trying to play catch up, Without a Crystal Ball versus Without a Crystal Ball has a YouTube channel. And basically what they have done is it's literally all clips of KJ against herself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like people giving their like opinions or breaking things down or whatever. It's just literally like a clip of KJ being like, I don't body shame people. And then the next clip is her like body shaming somebody. Or like, I didn't do that.
Amazing channel.
Right. It is hilarious. So if you ever want to watch some good videos and see just really quickly like how she works, that's it. But what I thought was weird about the R thing was that she said, yeah, Charlotte's about my R allegation. Okay, well, last time I checked, when you're a survivor, you don't usually say allegation. You say my R story.
Exactly.
You say what I went through when I was R'd. I've never said that to somebody ever, and I never ever will, because it wasn't an allegation. It was actually something that happened. So I just thought that was weird because I'd never ever heard her say that before. And I'm like, wait, you're not reporting on a story. You're telling somebody your truth, right. Allegedly. So I just thought that was really, really weird.
I've actually never heard that whole story behind it. So I cannot know and comment on it. But I do know that there has been people who have. So
yes. And and what I will say is that the person was not prosecuted and the police did an investigation, and KJ will say, oh, it's because he was part of a prominent family and this, that, and the other. But there's a lot more to the story than just what she said.
Exactly.
Like him leaving it.
Sides to every story.
Yep.
2 sides. Always.
Yep.
And everyone always needs to keep that in mind. There is always 2 sides to every story. And it's very important to look at both sides as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, because part of it was how the guy, like, in the morning went to, like, either McDonald's or the store, and he got, like, some more alcohol or condoms or something at one point and came back. And, of course, she tries to cover that by saying, oh, I didn't even know that I was drugged.
Yeah.
So, but at the end of the day, again, the police did an investigation, and basically what the guy said was everything was all fine until I told KJ that I didn't want to have a relationship with her. And then that's when she said that he said, that he had hurt her or something like that. She claims that he had hurt her. So,
right.
But it's just,
I don't want to talk too much about that, but we do all know that Without a Crystal Ball does not take rejection very well. All you got to do is pay attention to the story that she's covering now.
right.
You think that people don't want you covering this story, Katie, but that's not it. You cover any story you want to. Nobody can stop you. But it's the way that you've been covering this story, the things that you're doing now and flipping the narrative, and you literally do it. Everything about what you've done with this story has had malicious intent. And now you are shaming Vaughn. You're shaming Letitia. You're making dangerous accusations, all of these types of things. And how do you expect people to look at you? Why do you think people are laughing at you? It's like you're sitting here saying that you don't care about Cece, but yet here you are doing a live stream about her, trying to give an excuse for every question that she asked you. And because she was respectable, she was very respectful when she reached out to you and gave you a chance to respond to what she's going to talk about in her video. You respond with, I'm just going to have my attorney handle it. Have your attorney handle what? What is your attorney going to do? Answer the questions for you? That's just a threat and to try to scare her from talking about you. And you can't do that. You can't stop people. You act like people are afraid of you or something. Nobody's afraid of you. Nobody cares what you're going to do with your attorneys. If people aren't slandering you, and that's not what Cece's doing, she's not slandering you. She's just simply telling you she's going to talk about you. You can't stop her from doing that, even with an attorney. Your attorney, you probably call your attorney tomorrow and they probably would laugh at you if it's a real attorney. Like,
they're all going to laugh at you.
Jawbreakers. Yep, I used to love that movie. Yeah, they're all going to laugh at you, especially that attorney. That's why everybody's laughing at you in the comments, because you're going to call your attorney and say, hey, can you talk to this girl, Cece? She's a creator and she's going to do a story about me. Can you talk to her? You're going to pay your attorney to do that? Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
And the threats too. I mean, I've heard that she has allegedly sent like so many cease and desists in the past, and people are just like, whatever, peace out, rip. And like and then to be like, I am going to, I just want you to know that we are going to ask for your any, contact, emails and text messages contacting other people, and we will get that, or whatever specific verbiage she said. And I'm thinking to myself, KJ, did you forget that that would be like a defamation trial? You're not going, it has nothing to do with like a criminal case. And so it's, first off, when you actually request that, you have to get it granted by the judge. And if somebody's smart, they will literally say, Your Honor, I have spoken with people, because they were literally telling me, like, be careful, because KJ goes real life on people. And I'm fearful for my life that if you ask for this and I provide what people have said, not only could it put myself in a vulnerable position, but it could put the people who came to me and warned me about her also in a vulnerable position. And then the judge will go, okay, well, let's postpone this a little bit. And could you get me some more information so I can think about it? The judge it's not going to just happen. The judge has to grant it. And then also, once it's granted, it's like an honor system. It's not like you're giving the police your cell phone and they're doing a deep dive in it and they're going to dig out every single text and picture and email you've ever written. I mean, right. She thinks that people are real stupid. Like, that's the one thing I've been thinking about lately that makes me so mad when I watch her, is because not only is she so freaking mean to people, but she really thinks that people are stupid. And at the end of the day, it's like, for you to think that actually shows how stupid you are.
Well, see, that's the thing with her, I think, and that's the thing with narcissists in general, with me, in my opinion. The problem is they think that everyone around them is stupid and they're the only smart one. That's what they think, that nobody can compare to their intelligence, and they always think that they're one step ahead of everybody else.
And it's funny too, because all they ever do is just, like, again, somebody will bring something up, they'll get worried, and then it's Molly did this, Todd did this, Charlotte did this, Cece did this, LB did this, Letitia did that, Marvon Sr. did this. Did you hear about that? What about this? What about that? It's like, dude, you were asked a question about yourself. Answer the freaking question instead of deflecting and projecting your own behavior onto them. That's what she does 24/7. And then to be like, I don't like the petty back and forth. Yeah, really? Right. And then
she's always the victim.
Right. And like, so for people that were wondering about the 7M thing, I actually watched, I went back and watched Emily D. Baker's coverage of it again today. And one of the things is, like, KJ literally sabotaging their income. So again, you can see what she's doing with Letitia right now. She says, like, oh, I've just told them what I've thought. I've never said, like, go get your money back. But yet we just saw in those threads of comments on one of her videos that she did say, open your eyes, go request a refund.
Yeah.
And what she did with the 7M was, well, according to her, she didn't do this, but she knew somebody that did.
Mm-hmm.
7M, they used to dance for, I don't know, I can't remember what basketball team it was, but it was a big basketball team. It was like a halftime type thing. And they reached out to who they were basically being sponsored by and got it to where they were, I don't know if they lost it forever or just like a short while, but basically she had that contract broken with them. And then she did the same thing. I think it was with Jessa Duggar and her husband reached out to like Native or one of their sponsors and literally said like, oh, did you know that they are like, HOMO-phobic and this, that, and the other. And again, like, that's not your job, KJ. Like, people are entitled to how they feel. Sometimes in certain religions, whether I feel it's right or not that somebody should feel that way towards somebody, that's not like, you don't go and do that. You don't go and interfere with somebody's like line of income. And then yes. Yeah. And then she gets irritated when people bring up, how she's on her phone all day long and how her husband yells at people and stuff in her home and this, that, and the other. And it's like, okay, so it's okay for you to do all this shitty stuff, but it's not okay for other people to call you out on your own hypocrisy and what you do. And I mean, she just, it's just, again, KJ's like, they keep bringing up all this stuff about my past. Like this video tonight was just all like trying to make it sound like it's all about your past. KJ, I really hope that you're watching this live again, because I find it really ironic that you were live and then your live ended as soon as Teaya started. I mean, maybe it's a coincidence, maybe not, but
good night, Alberta and Stella. It's okay. You did great. And I will see you hopefully tomorrow. Get some rest. God bless you. Love you. Thank you for being here.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, sweetheart.
But KJ, the reason that people are still talking about you is because of how you act now in the present. People don't dwell on the past like you do with Letitia, LB, Charlotte, all that sort of stuff. People don't do that. You do that. I just wish this broad would look in the mirror and be like, did I do anything wrong today? But she'll never do that.
No. She's never on the wrong. And like I said, and how I'll continue to say, she has zero self-awareness, and there's nothing wrong with other people bringing awareness to her. And you cannot talk about other people like you talk about Charlotte and her whole channel is you. Well, your whole channel is the Duggar, so you're the last person that can talk about that, in my opinion. People are going to talk about you. You're very problematic. And like I said, you really, really showed your ass with this case, KJ. Like 100%. Like literally, I don't think I thought, I think maybe a lot of people knew what you would do, but I didn't think that you were going to flip the narrative to the point where you're literally talking about a man who is in a coma. And trying to basically shift the blame to him, in my opinion.
Right.
Everything that you've done thus far, especially when you had such a strong opinion in the beginning, and now you're saying that you were being misled and there were things clipped and cut. What are you talking about? You've gotten the same clips as everybody else, and nothing was clipped and cut. Everything that you've seen was what you've seen, which is why you believed in this story. You spoke of this story. You tried to fight for Letitia and to help her be able to see Vaughn. And you completely changed your narrative just because she didn't want anything to do with you. You can't handle rejection. And you've showed your ass. You've showed your true colors. And I guarantee that there are so many people who once believed in you are very disappointed right now. Very disappointed.
Absolutely. And the last thing I have is just like, I would love for KJ to show where somebody did something first. And it wasn't when other people bring her up, it wasn't them talking about her bad behavior or them reacting to something that she did to them first, because I could be wrong, but I think like the Nat thing, there's some big reasons as to why that happened. It doesn't make it right at all, but there's a huge underlying health issue there. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Why that is very different. Again, it doesn't make it right. But besides that, I feel like, in my opinion, everything else was literally people bringing up stuff after they were attacked by her.
Mhm.
And so it's just very different. I can't think of anything, at least over the last like 3.5 years, where I've seen her not do something first.
Right. She's not one who always attacks. And people just respond to her. I 100% agree with you on that. She can sit there and play the victim if she wants to, but she is always the person to attack first. Just like right now, she's attacking Cece. That could have obviously ultimately ended up way better than what's happening now. And basically, she's threatening to call her attorney and have her attorney talk to Cece. Like, it didn't have to be like that. She could have chose to not respond to Cece. She could have chose to respond to Cece and even tell Cece her story and say, I deny all the claims that you said. But she didn't have to threaten Cece with her attorney, in my opinion. But everything that happens, it's always her attacking somebody. And that's why people come at her the way that they do, because she attacks. You can't stop a creator from talking about you. And if you can't handle that, then YouTube isn't the place for you. Just like I have told Goose many of times, I've talked to her. People do videos about me, I do not watch. I may go in there for a minute and listen to what I need to listen to, and then I'm out, because this is YouTube. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. I do not care what your opinion is about me. Everyone has a story. There's two sides to every story. And if I have a story, another person is more than welcome to share their side of the story. But your stories don't affect me. What you do, if I'm no longer cool with you or friends with you, it doesn't affect me. Because at the end of the day, I know that the decisions I make are in the best interest of myself and the people around me and my mental health.
Yeah, like
Go ahead.
why not? I guess I'm just kind of dumbfounded with how, because I thought that Cece's email was like something that you don't see a lot of. And so if it's that easy to debunk things, and they are, well, again, they're not so old, but you can think what you want. I mean, KJ, you've only been on the internet for like, what, 4 years? I mean, that's that's not very long. And if it's that easy and it's like everything has been debunked, then do that. Just tell her. But again, you can't, because you know that a lot of what has been said is stuff that's actually happened, stuff that you've actually done, like really nasty stuff. And this, I think this is the first time where she's done a ton of nasty stuff all at one time. Usually it's kind of spread out because she's covering like her own thing, and then people end up finding out little bits and pieces of it later, or maybe along the way, but they're still trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. This time it was like, whoa, you like became really vile. And again, also you had said about, you know, how she was like, oh, well, you know, it was clipped and cut in this. I mean, wasn't KJ the person who said that she had like, you know, like hundreds of videos to watch, and
She said she had an overwhelming amount of video footage.
yeah,
Overwhelming amount.
yeah, that had been sent to her. And I remember even at one point when she was pulling stuff up, I don't know if this is like in total with her computer or just like what was in a certain folder, but when she pulled it up, there was like over 5,000 it was like either over 5,000 pictures or videos, like screenshots or something like that, and then like I mean, just thousands and thousands of stuff because it showed the number at the bottom when she was showing different screenshots and stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, you always say that you get all this stuff, and it's okay to say you're wrong. I think that would actually go pretty far, given the fact that you never say that. I mean,
she will never say she's wrong.
Right.
I've never heard her say she's wrong. I've never heard her take any responsibility for her actions. All I've heard is deflection, projection, and lying. That's it.
And for her, with her like whole, well, I'm just going to call my attorney. That's like literally like a kid being like, I'm going to call my mommy on you.
Right. You shouldn't be threatening to call your attorney just because a creator's doing a story on you. Like, who cares?
Right. I look forward to Cece doing the coverage, because when she does coverage, especially like on MLM stuff, like she just did one, she's covering right now this one MLM creator. It's this guy, and he's just nasty. He's like vile. And it's very obvious, in my opinion, that he knows that she did a video or something, because the amount of guys that have come into her chat recently and gone off on women in there is just gross. And but she did her research, and when she does a live, I mean, she really, puts stuff together really well and gets her information. And so I think that KJ is just worried, and Cece is not like, in my opinion, she's not just this little shy girl who's going to be like, oh no, an attorney. She's going to be like, bring it, bitch, bring it.
Yeah. She seems like a very, very strong woman.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the first time that this has happened to her, and I'm sure this is not going to be the last. She has, it's brutal covering MLM. I'm definitely going to be doing a story about that soon, and it's brutal. So therefore, I can understand why KJ wouldn't want her to cover her, because she's very thorough, and she's going to do and bring up whatever it is that she has, and she's going to back it up with facts. And I think the most thing that bothers KJ is her talking about that channel and KJ being tied to that channel. And I also think the money thing, the money situation. KJ got monetized off of talking about the story. She wasn't monetized on Facebook until she started posting, making post after post after post, live stream after live stream after live stream, and then she got monetized and got a sponsor. So I am 100%, well, I don't want to say 100%. I'm going to say I am very sure, not 100%, but she was not monetized on Facebook. And
I don't think so. Not like, at least not to the point where it was like anything big. I mean, we saw when she started to add like the stars and stuff. And I think that's like the first step, is once you get a certain amount of people or watch hours or whatever, then you can get stars. And then after that, then you can get like sponsors or ads or whatever. And that was the other thing I was going to say is, did you ever, some people might have seen this, but she at one point did a video how she talked about how she won't ever work with a sponsor because she wants to be able to do her channel how she wants to do her channel. And I think it's because she knows what she's done to people with their sponsors, like 7M, like the Duggars, and she is worried that if she has a sponsor, she knows that people will likely call her sponsor and be like, are you aware that she's done this, that, and the other? And so that's her excuse for saying why she won't have a sponsor, because she knows that sponsor would get ripped away from her really quickly.
Yep. It would only be a matter of time. And one thing I can tell you, on Facebook, when you're monetized, the ads pay you more than what YouTube pays you. So that I know for sure. And she did get monetized. To sit there and actually say that she's made no money off this story is ridiculous, because at the end of the day, go look at her views when she covered the Justice for Ron story. Go look at her views. She's getting like, just at some point, can you just be honest? Like, she's never honest.
Right.
Never.
And she's making good money too, because as soon as the money part got brought up, she was like, well, is Cece making money on YouTube? Like, that wasn't the question, KJ. It wasn't brought up about her. It was brought up about you. Answer the question. Don't deflect from it, okay? Like, we know you're good at that. At least you think you are, but everybody can see exactly what you're doing every single time you do it. And it's like, oh my God, again.
Exactly.
So
I'm going to wrap it up.
I'm going to hop down. So
Okay. Thank you
thanks for having
coming
me up again.
Always so much fun with you. So thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, you guys. It's been a long time, but we had a lot to cover today, and it was always an amazing time with you guys. You guys always, like I said, brighten my day, night, and many more late night lives to come. If there's ever any other topics that you want me to talk about, message me, email me, whatever, and I will be back on here tomorrow to do it all over again. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night/day, evening, wherever you are. And I hope that your day is a great day. And I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. I feel like every single day it's something new. And I'm trying to stay on top of it the best way that I can. So I'm looking forward to spending time with you guys again tomorrow. You guys could be anywhere, but you chose to spend some time with me, and I appreciate it because your time is very precious. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for everyone who became a member. I really appreciate it. Thank you to all of you. You guys are amazing, every single one of you. Thank you to my amazing mods, Goose, Sparkle, Llama Girl. Also, who else did I mod? I modded somebody else. Who was it? Okay, Alberta and Stella. That's right. And she did an amazing job. Sparkle, always doing amazing. Goose, Llama Girl. You guys are all amazing. Thank you for being here, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Anything that you want to send me, any information, all of my social media is in the About section. You can contact me there. And make sure you subscribe before you leave if you haven't already. Hit the thumbs up button, okay? Or the thumbs down button, whatever. It's all interaction, baby. I love you guys so much. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's do the outro. Deuces. Love y'all. Let me see if I can find it first. I have so much stuff on here. Okay. Deuces.
I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing.